All right, welcome everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. So there are no remote attendants, so we skip. Well, remote attendance.
Hang on one second.
Oh.
I just still.
All right. Okay. Okay, just, all right. So we have slight technical difficulties here at the dais. All right. So Veronica, why don't we do roll call and then I'll check on oral communications and hopefully we can slot the rest of the stuff in.
Yes. Councilmember Walter,
Present.
Councilmember Haskell,
Here.
Councilmember Flynn,
Here.
Vice Mayor Hufty,
Here.
Mayor Taylor.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. All right. Does anyone have oral communications that's not something on tonight's agenda, in particular this section of the agenda, which is interviews for ASCC? So I only see two people in the audience and their hands aren't raised. Let me check online. All right, so I see Christie's hands up.
Yes, thanks for listening. I am hoping to see that the Planning Commission meetings are not canceled so the public can ask questions about different topics in town and get the answers. I think it would be better for all rather than sending letters. So that's my request, is to get some feedback on many items. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else have oral communications that are not on the agenda? All right. I see no hands in the schoolhouse. I see no hands online. So with that, why don't we start the process? And I apologize, I'm switching between about 5 different screens here. So, okay, so we're here tonight to conduct interviews and appoint a commission member for ASCC. We have 2 applicants. What I'd like to ask is that we do this sort of one at a time, and that if you're not first, and we can flip coins or somebody can decide they want to go first. The other person, if they just step out of the room while we do this, and then you're welcome to come back, but that would be our preferred. You're not required to leave, but that would be our preference. So with that, you going to go first? Okay. So would you mind stepping out? Great, thank you. All right. I'm going back to a different screen. All right, do all the council members have the questions up? Okay, great. I apologize. I was hoping to get these printed, but so what I'd like to do is we'll just divide them up. I was thinking maybe 1 and 2 could go together, and then we can just take the other 4 questions after that, and that would give us an even number. So does anybody have a strong feeling for doing questions 1 and 2, which is just sort of a basic intro? All right, you got it, please.
It's finally, I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't you come up to?
No,
I think you can interject it as part of the questions. How about that? Because you'll see what the first question is.
Yeah,
Tell us about yourself. So yeah, it'll be perfect. So, right, Mary, go ahead.
Hi, Ellen. Nice to see you this evening. These are all formulated questions so that it's an equal interview process. So the first 2 questions can be combined very nicely. The first is, can you tell us about yourself?
Myself. Okay.
And why you were interested in serving on the ASCC? And what background or skills you bring that would contribute to your role as an ASCC member?
Okay, that pretty much is my paper.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to say thank you for considering my application to be a member of the ASCC. And I was told that Laura Russell, our old planning director, suggested that we disband our ASCC when she was here, that our town no longer had much say or input with building projects. I myself believe that our ASCC should stay as strong as possible, and I think that we can still have plenty of input and how our rural character is preserved during the future developments. And about me, in my younger years, my husband and I lived in Redwood City, and I came out here every day to work as a telephone repair person, excuse me. I fell in love with the quietness and ruralness and vowed that I would live here one day. And luckily, a few years later, we were able to move here and raise our kids in this great rural area rather than in a highly urban city. And while living here, I have had a number of horses and have spent numerous hours enjoying all of our town's trails. And I actually served on and was also the chair of the Trails and Paths Committee for many years until I had to quit due to some health problems. I am very invested in keeping Portola Valley as rural as possible. And having been a realtor in Portola Valley, Woodside, and the surrounding cities for 20 years, I'm well aware of the many people who only want to live in cities where they have the walkability to Starbucks and stores and restaurants. And on the other side of the coin are the people who wish to live anywhere other than a crowded city and love the ideal of our ruralness, the dark nights, and our small town character. We can't allow this environment to fade away. And although I'm sure I have a lot to learn, I've done many remodels on my home since I bought my first one in 1974. And I've been the general contractor for my remodels and also while building the ADU at my current home. So I'm familiar with what goes on in the building process. Let's see. Just one of the things that I look also towards is seeing the devastation of the Tubbs fire after my sister's house burned down. I'm concerned for our residents' safety, and I believe we need to be on top of how and where buildings are going to be situated in future developments in order to diminish additional fire and evacuation danger for us all. And I want you to know that I am a full-time resident of Portola Valley, and being retired, I have the time and availability for in-person ASCC meetings and the necessary site visits for prospective building projects. Having a passion for Portola Valley, I think I would be an asset to our Architectural and Site Control Committee, and I hope you will consider me for this position.
Great, thank you. Rebecca, do you want to take question 3?
Sure. Are you prepared to dedicate the time needed to review materials, attend site visits, and stay engaged over a multi-year term?
Yes, completely, and that's why I said I'm retired, so I have the time and the availability to do all this.
Great, thank you. Judith, you want to do 4?
Any other conflicts of interest or situations that might limit your ability to attend the meeting?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. Helen, number 5? You might want to turn your mic on. Yeah. No worries. Got too many things. We're shuffling today.
After tipping over, drinks, I'm a little cautious. Question number 5. How familiar are you with the town's municipal code and design guidelines, particularly as they relate to architectural and site plan review? And it's got a second section. How would you use those standards along with the submitted plans, reports, and data to make well-reasoned decisions on applications, including determining whether to recommend approval, denial, or conditions?
Okay, I totally understand that I'm not totally up to all the codes and everything that I need to be, and I'm totally have the ability to learn, and I'm willing to learn. And I will apply all of our codes to whatever process and whatever prospective developments that need to be done. I will apply our rules to it.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question or not yet? Or how are we going to
Well,
do
what I was going to do is
follow-up
just stay with these questions. I'll do the 6th one, and then I was just going to open up, to ask a
Thank
couple
you.
follow-ons and we'll.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so then the last of our sort of, stock questions. How do you approach acting in good faith and upholding your fiduciary responsibility to the community, especially when your findings may conflict with other commissioners or face public opposition?
Well, I think the whole point is following the rules of the town and the laws of the town, and hopefully work out things with anyone that has a problem with it, so we can come to a decision that follows the rules of the town.
Okay. And if it were in conflict with other commissioners, what would your sense be?
Well, I would hope we could talk them out and figure out what the conflict is about and see who is following the rules and who isn't.
Okay,
Conflict, and obviously somebody is not following the town ordinances or laws. So I would think that we have to come to a conclusion of what is going to work for this, that, as any certain project. And that, to follow the town ordinances.
okay, thank you. All right, let me open it up. Are there any other sort of short questions? I don't want to make this too long because we want to keep them. Generally, we try to make sure both applicants get the same set of questions. So we can deviate a little bit, but let's not go like completely crazy. Helen, I know you had something. Would you like to?
Sure. Am I the only one?
No,
No.
we'll come back, but go
Okay.
ahead. I mean, I got you on my left, so.
So, okay, great. You said that you were a general contractor for your projects.
I was the general contractor for them, yes.
So you're not, but you're not licensed.
Owner builder.
Oh, got it. Okay. And then, how would you feel about a conflict with the state law?
Of a state law,
Right.
I can't tell you that I know anything about a state law.
And do you have any sense, like the state laws that might, state,
State law.
no,
sorry.
sorry. State, state law about permitting situations around housing.
About what? I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time understanding through the.
So I'm sorry if I'm not clear. Let me start over. What is your perspective on the town's code versus the state code around permitting for housing?
I am all for the town codes, wherever we can override the state codes. We're here for a reason in town. We want to keep it a rural town, and legally, there's not much we can do about it. We're gonna have to follow whatever the strongest law is. Whoever has, if the state overrides our laws, we have to go with it. But I would do my best to try to work it out where we can move in the direction of our town codes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions on this side? Judith?
Yeah. So if you think about the current ASCC, if you've been listening in, what complementary perspectives would you bring? Because everyone brings something different. I want to hear what you think you would bring
Okay, there's a couple of
distinctly.
architects on the ASCC, and then Dana is a landscape architect. I am not an architect, but I have a lot of history with the town and my biggest thing would try to keep the ruralness of the town going and not let it fade away.
Okay. Other question?
I do. You had mentioned that Laura Russell felt that the role for the ASCC was starting to go away. How would you recommend that its role evolve? And I kind of give the context of the state rules or state laws are sort of changing a lot on the ability of discretionary decision making. So how would you view the ASCC's role evolving in that context?
I think just taking it to the best of our ability, such as where buildings are built, maybe we have more input of where on a property a building is built, where, what they're made out of. Maybe the ASCC has the ability to see things in person and can talk people into working with the town's rules rather than just what they can do with the state's rules.
Okay. Any other questions? Mary?
Yeah. How do you think you would deal with the frustrations of being in a situation where you can't
Change things.
can't change things, but also in the context of having given a lot, you're going to actually, there are certain things you have to do, like disclosures and legal stuff, that you feel that you end up feeling like you're giving a lot. And in return, you don't necessarily get a lot of return. How do you feel that will affect you as far as
me?
Yes, as far as your satisfaction with your role?
Okay, I myself will work as hard as I can to get done what I think needs to get done. Just for an example, the sewer system deal that I've been going through. I mean, I've gone through the HCD numerous times, just to see if we can get what I want done. And obviously now we can't. So you mean, when you've gone as far as you can and you can't get a better answer, then you have to deal with what you got.
Good.
Okay, anything else? No? Okay, Ellen, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
If you go out the door, would you mind, telling Sonia we're ready for her? That's up to you. I mean, you're welcome to come back in for the discussion if you want, or you can come home and we'll let you know. So whatever you'd prefer.
One thing I would like to reiterate is that I am a full-time resident and I am available all the time, where I believe the other applicant has a home, in different places. So I don't know that they're here all the time, but my availability and, is 100%.
Okay, thank
Thanks.
you. Hello and welcome. So we've got 6 questions that we sort of condensed the first 2. So there'll be, we'll rotate among the different council members. And then after that, we'll ask a few open questions. And you're certainly welcome to ask a few questions of us as well. So we'll open up again. Should we just do the same order? All right. So Mary, it's on you.
Welcome. Can you tell us about yourself and why you're interested in serving in the ASCC, and in that context, what background or skills do you bring that could contribute to your role as an ASCC member?
And I'm Sonia Dillon. Thanks for having me here. I live on Grove Drive. I've lived here since 1990. So I've seen a lot of changes in this little town. We used to have a town hall, city hall around here, and it was a little cute little place. My background is I have a degree in arts, and also I'm a CPA. So I understand a lot of details. And I worked with architects. I was an advisor to architecture program at Stanford and also at Tokyo University. And I've lived in Japan and in Paris and a little bit in London. So I have exposure to many architecture programs, and out of deep interest in arts and architecture, I got involved in these universities. And with my foundation, I used to hold architectural design charrette when we did at my Pergola Betty House. We had all Stanford students come and compete for a design charrette challenge that they had to design my little ADU many, many years ago to host artists for our foundation. And we had 5, 6 professors from different universities came to help them do that design. And then we did similar things in Japan and India. In India, we hosted a design charrette on public toilets. And in Japan, it was about sustainability in architecture. And then we went and designed an old school for a residence program that was destroyed with the 2011 tsunami. And then I brought many architects, professors and structural engineers to UNESCO to do similar conferences. So you can see my passion in architecture. And then just also very passionate about details and how to deal with people. And in my tax and accounting practice, it's a lot about estate and trusts and foundations. And I just came by, I was a little bit late because today there was a conference at Stanford on charitable giving. So we talked about death and taxes. It's a sensitive issue. And so I feel about getting somebody's home designed is a very personal and a sensitive matter to be on AAC. Not only you are helping people design something very, very sustainable and fitting to Portola Valley, but it's also a very personal thing for people. So one needs to bring that together in a very collaborative way. And listening to recent AAC meetings, it talks a lot about how state is asking for the review to be very objective, not subjective. And that's where I think collaboration will make so much difference. I have gone through my own plans here more than once. So I know how, you're designing a home, you're designing it maybe once in your lifetime. And the architect is selling you an idea of a dream. And if we are not there with the family early on, and after they have invested so much of their imagination into building this dream with the architect and also spend a lot of money on it, then to tell them what is okay or not okay is very adversary role. If we are there early on, I understand we are starting to do preliminary liaison work. I think that will make the whole difference. And then I feel to get maintaining our rural idea for this town by focusing on fire issues where we can guide people not to have just these huge tall hedges that in a row, but little cluster of things, and using the native plants, which are probably much more fire resistant. So applying these kind of design ideas and helping them along. Sometimes the architects are not from here, they're not familiar, or often I know architecture work, people have a certain style they do. They're not always so flexible to think what Portola Valley needs are. So if we can educate our neighbors, I think we'll have much more pleasant relationship of this design planning. And a lot of people who come to live in Portola Valley, they could live in Atherton, they could live in Los Altos Hills, but they're attracted to this look. And so I think it's a very easy way to convince people how to bring designs that will be such an easy sell for AAC to approve if we were there with them from the very beginning. So that's sort of my little way.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca?
So are you prepared to dedicate the time needed to review materials, attend site visits, and stay engaged over a multi-year term? I know you've moved back permanently now, so maybe you could just talk about what you anticipate your availability. Thanks.
I have moved back to also build my practice, so I will be here a lot. And estate and tax is similar detail work as ASC, and probably ASC will take me away from doing taxes and estate planning. So it's a nice way for me to stay fresh.
Okay, Judith?
So do you have any conflicts of interest or other situations that might inhibit your ability to attend most meetings? Just kind of what else do we need to know about that?
I'm not a professional architect. I just love architecture.
But there's no, for example, Stanford is going to come up potentially because there's people that have some affiliations in town that might be applicants. I don't know if you.
I'm not affiliated to Stanford. I was attending.
Yeah, and no other affiliations. Okay, that's really what that question's about. Thank you.
Okay, now I understand.
Yeah.
Mary?
No, I've done my question.
Oh, did you? You're right, at the beginning. My
Yeah,
apologies.
it's
I'm just kind of
okay.
it's been a long day already. My apologies.
It will be a longer day.
Yeah, it's going to be a longer day, but that's a different story.
Okay, this is two-pronged question, so it's a long one too. How familiar are you with the town's municipal code and design guidelines, particularly as they relate to the architecture and site plan review? And second portion of the question. How would you use those standards along with the submitted plans, reports, and data to make well-reasoned decisions on applications, including determining whether to recommend approval, denial, or conditions?
Having lived in this town for 35 years and having gone through those approval processes, I can tell you from my lot of personal experiences, a lot of the time, people are not familiar. If we guide them, it's very easy sell to explain people how to get what they dreamed of building in this town, if I understood your question.
Let me just make sure, like, first, I'll ask the first portion first. How familiar are you with the town's municipal code and design guidelines?
I have gone through getting my whole house redone, so I know what it takes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
I understand the town's rules because I have had my house redone.
Okay, and the second portion then of the question, thank you for the first portion. How would you use those standards when making a decision?
And that's where I was saying, most of the time, I think the challenge comes, people were not familiar with things at the level they needed to be. And it's the architect who's guiding them. And that's where the conflict comes. If we are there from the beginning, even we can guide the architect, and so the dreams can be built according to town's ideas.
Great, thank you.
All right, then the last one of our sort of fixed set. How do you approach acting in good faith and upholding your fiduciary responsibility to the community, especially when your findings may conflict with other commissioners or face public opposition?
I'll say that question again.
So this question is, you need to act in good faith. And it may be that when you do, you're going to be in conflict potentially with other commissioners, or the public might be in opposition to what your position is. How would you deal with that?
On that, I can come to my role as being on board of governance, and especially family-owned businesses. You constantly have to walk that line, and you have to stay very objective. At the same time, you have to make a point where you are solid, and when it's not that critical, don't put too much stress on it. If it's critical, you take a stand, and people know what you stand for, and objective.
Okay. Follow-on questions? Judith?
I'll ask the same one I asked last time, which is, if you've been watching the ASCC, you've seen the different perspectives they already bring, what would be your special perspectives that you would bring to that body?
I have a lot of experience with architecture globally and how new materials are being used and how sustainability in architecture is such a great play. For example, I've worked very closely with Tengo Kuma, who is the architect who designed the Olympic Stadium in Japan. He's famous for using wood, and he created a beautiful building in Japan just with bamboo.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so aesthetically so minimal, and it just blends into the forest behind it. It's that kind of soft touch, which is so great for Portola Valley, that you are living with the nature. Another example is I organized Stanford students to go and see Ise Jingu Shrine. That's the main shrine in Japan for Shinto. This is like a Vatican of Shintoism. But it's a tiny hut. And tiny hut represents a huge stature. And you can only get in there permission of the Agriculture Ministry because it's under them. And every 20 years, they rebuild that little hut. But the size of the structure is very small. But it's the procedure and the process of going through that ritual building is where it has its meaning. And they have a whole forest where they plant trees 100 years in advance that they will use for that little hut. It's these kind of things of, a lot of our neighbors will be happy to leave a legacy, and leaving a legacy of Portola Valley stays Portola Valley is a beautiful legacy. When you come on Alpine Road, the suddenly you forget. When I used to work for Cisco, I still remember, I would drive, I would forget Cisco. Those early days of Cisco, so you needed to forget your work. And that's sort of, if I'm getting on the tangent, but this is sort of my example.
Thank you.
Rebecca, you have a question?
Oh, yeah. How would you recommend that the ASCC evolve in its role?
I think we need to be collaborative as the state is pushing on many of the things, and how can we do an objective review while maintaining the ideals that we want to maintain of Portola Valley? We have to be extremely collaborative. We can also use the ideas what are necessary for fire safety, again, that can be very objective, but can still achieve the goal of what we want Portola Valley to be. And I feel it will be such an easy sell. People who buy to live here, they want that look.
Mhm.
Otherwise, they can buy a place in Atherton. It's such an easy sell if we just go with that mindset and explain to the people who are about to design. So they feel like they come to AAC to start their design process, not to get policed at the end. And then we don't need to have architect coming with a report. We won't need that.
Mary?
Well, I'll try for my previous question. There's certain amount of frustrations in this position that you've described, which is that you're a person who's used to a fair amount of success and things move in your direction when you ask them to. That won't always be the case here. How do you think you would deal with the frustration of being putting yourself out in this way, and how would you personally cope with it?
If people know your position is very transparent, you build trust. If your position is not very transparent and you have an objective reason that where you're reaching and you can explain your logic, you build trust. It's not so difficult to build that.
Thank you.
If you're honest about your ways and you're also willing to listen to others' point of view, sometimes maybe their point is better, so you don't have to stay in your position unnecessary.
Mhm.
And we are all here to do something out of pleasure. We have plenty of other things to do in our life.
Thank you. Helen?
Thank you. What would you do if you were on ASCC, excuse me, and the town code, municipal code, was in conflict with the state code?
The state code.
Right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Catherine, do we have public comment here or, okay, so this would be the time? All right. So that's the end of our questions. You're welcome to stay or leave. That's your choice. What we'll do is take public comment, then we'll discuss it among ourselves. We'll make a decision and we'll let you know one way or another. So your choice, whether you stay or if you want to, we can let you know through a phone call or email or whatever. So thank you for coming.
Thank you for applying.
All right, so with that, I'm going to open up public comment. And the first person is Nan Shastak. Nan, you there? not muting. All right. Oh, well, there
Yeah,
we're,
okay,
there we
yeah.
go.
Yes?
We got you. Yep, yep, you're
Okay.
there. Go ahead.
Okay, probably loud and clear. Okay.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, council members, thank you all for the opportunity to speak. I urge you to appoint Ellen Vernazza to ASCC because first, she has a deep understanding of Portola Valley's fundamental values, and she has worked hard to preserve the rural feel of the town. She's had committee experience as chair of Trails and Paths, so she understands town procedures. She is a quick study, and she'd come up to speed rapidly on town ordinances and state codes that she'd need for working on ASCC. She's had valuable firsthand experience constructing buildings here in Portola Valley. And finally, I think it's important for ASCC commissioners to understand the interplay between natural hazards, and here talking about mainly fire and earthquake, flood, landslide, not between natural hazards and our built environment. Ellen is a very strong advocate for safety. I appreciated her having taken the time to attend one of the Geologic Safety Committee meetings a couple of years ago when we were first discussing evacuation for wildfire following an earthquake. Ellen offered several important observations that we later incorporated into our thinking and the final report. I think Ellen's unique experience and perspectives would make her a very valuable member of ASCC. Thank you.
Thank you, Nan. Leslie?
Good evening, and thank you for taking my call. I'm calling in support of Ellen's nomination to ASCC. Ellen has deep, long-term roots in this community and a deep understanding of how this community works. She's well respected within the community and knows the community. As the former chair of the Trail Committee, she has a deep understanding of the infrastructure and town process as well. Ellen has a reputation for delivering results, indicating that she could hit the ground running in this position. She brings a different perspective as well to ASCC, as one on the other side of the table in front of the architect, the landscape architect, who are already on the committee. We have those positions. Ellen fills a unique niche. She squares the circle, if you will. Her recent ADU build-out provides a rich experience of the Portola Valley consumer experience involved in building in the current climate. In addition, I've worked with Ellen on other projects, and I know her to be a person who can manage a prodigious workload and produce results with a cheerful countenance. Even when things are getting a little bit hairy, she's usually the one to make a joke or lighten the mood and just keep on plowing on. She's also a pleasure to work with. So I respectfully request advancing her nomination to the ASCC position. Thank you so much for listening to my thoughts.
Thank you, Leslie. Rita?
Good evening. Thank you for taking my comment. I also support Ellen Vernazza in her quest to become a member of Portola Valley's ASCC. I bought my property in 2009 and attended many ASCC and planning meetings before I had to then attend my own for my build. With our current members on the ASCC, I personally feel that Ellen would be a great addition to that group. She has been very active in the community, has been on other committees, and even ran for town council, which is an example of how close she feels to uplifting the continued care of our community, just like all of you up there on the dais. So I really appreciate her stepping up to being part of this group. Like she had said in her opening, Laura Russell said that, oh, there's going to be no need for ASCC in the future with all these state rules. But there is a real need for a continued community presence and views. And the past couple of years, without having meetings or people having to be recused for one thing or another, I feel that her addition will have more meetings that we desperately need
with all of the builds that are coming up and, bring us more of a community, what we're trying to do and move things forward. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Rita. All right, with that, I don't see any hands in the schoolhouse. I don't see any other hands online, so I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the council for discussion. Would like to go first? Ellen, would you mind?
We're starting with comments? Are we starting with questions? I'm sorry.
So this is
Right.
decision time. This is
So
discussion.
do you want my vote right now? What are you asking
I
for?
mean, so you can talk about what you thought you heard and what you thought's important, and where you're leaning. That's probably the best way to go at it.
So I will say, both candidates are strong. I am concerned. Obviously, people don't always understand the situation that the town is in dealing with the state. And so that, that was part of the reason that I asked about the conflict with the state. And Ellen said, she would override the state code. Which we can't do, right? We really love Catherine, but we really need to make sure that we don't spend too much time with you. Right? So not to make light of it, but I really, we can't afford lawsuits. So that actually, that really concerned me. So I actually think I would go with Sonia because of her deeper understanding of our municipal code. While I strongly believe Ellen could learn, I do appreciate that that Sonia already is more familiar with it. So that's where I'm leaning. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary?
Well, I think we're extremely lucky to have two really talented candidates. I think both of them grasp the situation very well, and both have their own way of communicating their grasp. I was very impressed with Sonia that she totally got it about how you got to get them early and talk them through it, or else, and that's the way to get what we want out of our community. It's the non-legalistic way of approaching this, is actually having people who commit in their design early enough to actually get it right. And I totally see that her qualifications and her perspective are valuable to the town. So I think that she will be a long-term, a wonderful asset as she spends more time in our town and gets to know us better. Ellen has a very, very long, but one of the things we've lost and that we discussed having lost is our historic perspective. We need both historic perspective and modern concepts coming forward. But as far as historic perspective, Ellen's pretty much grew up here with the town and has gone through a lot of changes in multiple houses, et cetera, and represents it can represent a historic perspective, which we don't want to lose. She gets it, and nobody's going to let her break the law in her position on the SCC. I don't think we have to worry about her single-handedly being able to get us in trouble. But I feel that Ellen, at this time in her life, this is an ideal opportunity for her. And both from the town's point of view, bringing a deep historic perspective, and the return of her energy and her desire to really be able to give to the town right now. So I would support Ellen.
Okay, thank you. Judith?
Sure. We are indeed very fortunate in this town. Every time we come up to interview people, I'm kind of blown away with their background and their energy. So I thank them both. We've got an interesting opportunity here, but when I think about what does the ASCC actually need right now, and I think there's a lot of work to do, and that's going to be pretty continual. Things like objective standards being renovated and developed, things like reimagining a process where candidates can not be surprised before they get too far in the process. All of that is going to take a lot of discussion and rethinking and different perspectives. So at the end of the day, I also will support Ellen. I think she said she'd follow rules, and she's not an attorney. So I think that she wants to override the state. At the end of the discussion, she said, if the state trumps, I'm paraphrasing there. That's what I heard. But at the end of the day, that's a lawyer's call, and legal advice needs to be brought to bear. We can't avoid that, and I wouldn't want to avoid that. She's visible in a lot of the town council and other committee meetings, and weighing in and following up with, her own endeavors to figure out HCD and her ADU rules. I admire that, and clearly is in a position to put in the hard work and has done already. So I would support Ellen.
Thank you. Rebecca?
I agree that we are fortunate to have two candidates apply for this. We have had problems finding enough people, hence we've had an opening for over a year. I would say both have similar dedication to Portola Valley. Both have lived in this town the same time. Both have understood the changes in Portola Valley. Both have seen that. Both have lived through it. Both have the same historic perspective. But I don't think there's any question in my mind to support the candidate that has the most understanding, both of our municipal code, as well as some of the challenges the ASCC has going forward in terms of how do you deal with a discretionary body that the state is taking away our ability to do discretionary decision-making. And there was only one candidate that really understood that and went into depth about that. And that would be Sonia. Sonia also brings with her a unique perspective of having worked with multiple architects all over the world. And I think it's really important to be able to bring that into our town. It's such a unique ability. And to be able to synchronize that perspective from how traditional building has been happening in Japan, for example, to bring that perspective to Portola Valley, where we are trying as much as possible to maintain this similar kind of ideals of creating buildings that live within our natural surroundings, making them. It's one of the key points of our design guidelines is really making our buildings subservient to our land and to our space. And she gets it. Sonia gets that. While I realize that Ellen is very dedicated and, is willing to step in there and get going, it was clear, and she said so herself very many times, that she doesn't have any background in our codes, in our municipal, but she's willing to learn, and I appreciate very much her offer of that. But being able to step on the ASCC and be productive day one is really important, given how much stuff is coming before us, and to have someone who has both the qualifications and the perspective and has the artistic views and the artistic background and the aesthetic background and understands how important it is as the ASCC's role will start evolving, to understand that we need to get ahead of that. We need to start working with architects and applicants very early in the process so that we can guide them to create a collaborative and beneficial organization and commission instead of an argumentative one. I think there's no question. I support Sonia.
Thank you. So as my fellow council members have said, we are blessed with two great candidates. I could just pick two and that would be the easy solution. Since I think they both bring interesting qualifications to the position. I think when I think about ASCC and particularly what I see coming up for the next year or so, we've got objective standards. There are a number of different sort of collaborative issues as well as sort of helping get these objective standards moving forward, which I think are going to be critical given the current state laws. So I'd say, I want to be careful. I say reluctantly, I will support Sonia, but not because I'm reluctant about Sonia, but that I think we have two really good candidates. And so I find this decision hard. So it's the decision I'm reluctant, not the candidates. So with that, I would entertain a motion.
I would like to entertain a motion to appoint Sonia Dillon to the ASCC.
And I'll second that.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed? Okay. Nays? All right. So we have a vote 3-2. Do we need anything else, Catherine? You're reaching for your.
Oh, I just want to make sure the clerk recorded the vote since it wasn't
great.
by roll call, but the vote is recorded as 3-2. Nope, nothing else needed. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So then, if you will let Sonia's here, so she'll know, but if you'll still formally let her know, and you'll also let Ellen know as well, and tell her how much we appreciate her coming. So thank you. All right, with that, I'm going to close this session, and we have 4 minutes to the next one. So take a quick break, grab a bite to eat, whatever you need. Thank you. Welcome. Good evening. I'm going to call this meeting to order. This is the Portola Valley Town Council. I'd like to start with roll call.
Councilmember Walter,
Present.
Councilmember Haskell,
Here.
Councilmember Flynn,
Here.
Vice Mayor Hefty,
Here.
Mayor Taylor.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, first thing on the agenda, we have presentations and proclamations. So the first proclamation is a proclamation for Mental Health Awareness Month. I have a short statement I was asked to read. So tonight, I am proud to proclaim May 2026 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Portola Valley, joining a historic countywide commitment to treat mental well-being as a foundational public good for every generation. This year's theme, Mental Health is Ours, reminds us that while 13% of our local adults and over a quarter of our youth face significant emotional distress, we can overcome these challenges through collective action and community support. By increasing awareness and ending the stigma today, we honor our responsibility to ensure that all members of our community, from our youth to our seniors, have equitable access to the resources they need to thrive. So that's my opening remarks on Mental Health Awareness Month. And then the second piece is we have a presentation by Scott Granite. And Mary, I'd let you introduce him.
Well, it's my great pleasure to introduce Scott. He and I practiced together somewhere between 20 and 30 years at the Palo Alto Medical Foundation. I can say that he has a deep and personal commitment to community well-being and mental health, and has put himself and his life on the line to make sure that everybody has a fair chance at recovery and at healing. He understands what community can offer, and my hope is that he'll give us some guidelines on how we can be a more caring, compassionate, and healing community, with understanding being the basis of the whole thing. So welcome, Scott, and thank you for coming, because you are a very special person.
And Scott, you're welcome to either the podium or the table, whichever you prefer.
Well, I think I'm okay at the podium since I'm here already.
You got it.
Okay. Well, thank you. Boy, you couldn't have a more charming place to have a city council. I was really pleased when Mary reached out to me and asked me to do this. Now, I will be speaking specifically about obsessive compulsive disorder tonight. I've dedicated much of my career to working with OCD and related disorders, which I'll mention in a little bit. But I'm not here representing myself. I really think I'm more representing the OCD community. A founding board member and former president of OCD San Francisco, which is one of 35 or so affiliate organizations connected to the International Association based in Connecticut. I'm sorry, they used to be based in Connecticut. Now they're based in Boston. And they truly are international in helping people from around the world. When Mary first asked me to do this, the timing really couldn't have been any better, or worse, depending on how you look at this. The International OCD Foundation puts out a quarterly news, and I've brought some with me. I'm going to leave them here for you all. But the cover story for this one is America's OCD Care Crisis, which is really important for people to understand. And the reason they put it that way is that they did a study on OCD and found that there are 10 million Americans who live with this disorder and about 500,000 children who live with OCD. Now, keep in mind with OCD, generally people first show symptoms in two periods, really. One around the ages of 8 to 10, and then another area is around the ages of like 19 to 26, so the early adult years. It's pretty uncommon to see somebody first develop symptoms of OCD later in life, like past 40 perhaps. I mean, it can happen, but it doesn't happen that way. I'm part of a Facebook group of therapists who treat OCD and related disorders. And one of the things that one of the therapists made special note of is how important it is to educate people about OCD and try and have people understand that OCD just isn't about hand washing and checking doors. I mean, that sort of is in the public domain. I think that's what most people think about when they think about OCD. And granted, those are probably the most common forms of OCD. But OCD exists in a lot of other ways, and I won't go over all the ways that it may exist. But I did make some notes just to mention that there are a very common form of OCD is what's called harm OCD, where people may have intrusive thoughts that they're going to cause some harm to themselves or maybe to other people. An example of this is often where people may be driving, they hit a bump in the road, and feel like maybe they've hit a person or an animal and have to then travel or, maybe circle the block to make sure there's nobody there. Now, and a very important part of OCD is to recognize that the thoughts that people are having are all intrusive. They don't want these thoughts. They're very painful thoughts to have. And they're really very different than who they are. And what I mean by that is that some people have, the sexual obsessions, where they have thoughts about maybe, doing things to young children or animals even. And obviously it's all very disturbing. And that's a very important part of it. I mean, as a clinician who treats OCD, I can tell very easily the difference between somebody who's a pedophile, versus somebody who has OCD and worries about being a pedophile. They're two very different things. The person with OCD is sort of tortured by these unwanted thoughts that they're having. There's also what's called existential OCD, people who sort of obsess over the meaning of life. Just right OCD is another form. Let's say you're walking down a sidewalk and you pass a leaf or a piece of paper or something. People with this form of OCD may have to stop and then just sort of take a look at what they see, identify it, clearly identify what it is before they can move on. There's sensory motor OCD, which is a really tough one. Sensory motor is when people pay attention to normal physical sensations such as swallowing or their heart beating or blinking and have to think about it every time it occurs. So if you can imagine in sitting here tonight and thinking about every time you blink, You probably haven't even given that a thought tonight, but you probably have blinked many times already today. But can imagine having to think about it every time it happens. There's relationship OCD, where the focus of attention is on relationships. Oftentimes, it could be somebody who's married, really loves his wife, let's say, and is tortured by thoughts of wondering if that's really true. So this is just sort of a snapshot of the many different ways that OCD can show up. And I think it's just important to recognize that, again, it's much more than what we typically see in TV shows. Okay. So one of the reasons why mental health awareness is so important and events like this is so important is that when it comes to OCD, people on average go 7 years before they actually get a diagnosis. So they may see therapist after therapist and see therapists who don't really recognize that they have obsessive compulsive disorder. In this study that was done by the International OCD Foundation, they found that 75% of people with OCD never actually receive a diagnosis. And that's just astounding. 95% never receive appropriate care. I mean, to think at this day and age that number exists is just really outrageous. And we know that there's good therapy out there. I mean, there's, treating, again, without going into tremendous detail, treating OCD is very unlike other disorders. It's not the traditional talk therapy. It's not trying to find out in somebody's background what led to them developing OCD, because we know that OCD is primarily a neurochemical problem in which certain functions in the brain aren't operating properly. And so the therapy has nothing to do with traditional talk therapy. It's all exposure therapy. And so it's a form of cognitive behavioral therapy called exposure and response prevention therapy. And it's known to make for the same changes in the brain that medications can make. It's just a matter of seeing a therapist who knows how to treat OCD. Now, having said that, the best treatment of OCD is truly known to be a combination of medication and cognitive behavioral therapy, specifically exposure and response prevention therapy. There are some people who do very well without taking medication. That's fine. But in my opinion, most people who have a more moderate to severe way probably do need to be taking medication. One of the things that many people with OCD are faced with, though, is that there can be a tremendous amount of shame in living with this disorder, especially if you're somebody who has what's called sort of the taboo obsessions, like about sex, about children, about harm. A lot of people have religious obsessions. And so that shame, too, often prevents people from getting the help that they need. And again, that speaks to the importance of events like this here today. With our group, OCD San Francisco, we've been around for about, it's probably more than 30 years now. What we can offer is that we do refer people to local support groups. These support groups are all peer-run, and they're free, so there's no cost. I used to run some of them. I'm not running them, any of them currently. We have a referral line or a phone line where people they contact us either by email or by phone, and we can help them with referrals to clinicians in the area. We also have an annual OCD walk, which is typically around Lake Merritt in Oakland. And this year that's coming up. I think we decided on sometime in October. It's a great event. It's really the only fundraiser we do each year, and it's sponsored along with the International OCD Foundation. Each year, we also sponsor an event with Stanford University. Once a year, there's the OCD Awareness Week, and that's typically in the fall. And each fall, we have an event on the Stanford campus with OCD group that does a lot of research. So if you're interested in that, I can certainly tell you more about that. And let's see if that was anything else I wanted to mention. With the IOCDF, again, the International OCD Foundation, of course, their mandate is to help people with OCD and their families. However, they also talk about really OCD and related disorders. So it really isn't just OCD. The other disorders that are considered related One being body dysmorphic disorder, is which when the focus of attention, the obsessional focus, is on how somebody looks. So it can look a lot like OCD since there's a lot of obsessive thinking and a lot of compulsive behaviors. But because it's about physical appearance, it's body dysmorphic disorder. There's also hoarding disorder. Hoarding has gotten a lot of attention in recent years. It's only very recently that hoarding was given its own diagnosis. Years past, it was part of OCD, but now it has its own diagnosis. And the other two disorders that are on in this category are trichotillomania. Trichotillomania is the compulsive hair pulling, and the skin picking disorder, also called excoriation. Both of those, trichotillomania and skin picking, fall under the heading of what's called body-focused repetitive behaviors, in which also include like biting your fingernails or chewing your gums in your mouth or whatever. So a lot of behaviors fall into that category. So it's just important to know that with the OCD Foundation, we're not just talking about OCD itself, we're also talking about other disorders that are related to OCD. So that's really what I have prepared for tonight. I'm really happy that you all could join us, but if there's time for questions, if you want to ask any questions, I'm happy to take some questions. And by the way, as I said, I'll leave these newsletters here. It's really very informative. I should mention that the International OCD Foundation has a wonderful website. If you just go to iocdf.org, they've got a ton of information regarding everything you could possibly think about regarding OCD. They also have an annual conference. They have two, actually. There's the one that's in person, and each year it's in a different part of the country. This year it's going to be in Seattle in July. 2 or 3 years ago it was in San Francisco, and I assume it's going to come back here within a few years. And we also have an online conference. People who can't attend the conference, then they can participate in the online coming up in the fall. Also, with the in-person conference in Seattle, there will be a streaming, much of it will be streaming as well. So if people can't make that, they're certainly welcome to attend online. So thank you all very much. I feel like I ran through a bunch of information, but any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Well, thank you, Scott. That was an informative presentation. You kind of gave us a glimpse into OCD. Are there any questions from the council? So I think that was helpful. If you could leave the newsletters in the back, that way we can pick some up and the public can pick some up on their way out. Usually, if we have any other comments from the public, it usually comes when I get to oral communication, just the way we have our agenda scheduled.
Okay, sounds perfect.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for having me.
Thank you, Scott. I picked up your workbook and I couldn't put it down. It was quite a problem, but at any rate, it's quite engaging.
I didn't want to advertise myself, but now that Mary mentioned it, I did write a workbook on OCD. All right, thanks
thank you.
again.
Yeah. All right. Well, again, thank you, Scott. So I'm going to move on to the town manager report.
Yes, Darcy Smith, Town Manager. I'll keep it quick. So I have exciting news, which is that the reimagined Portola Valley Post was mailed and hopefully delivered this weekend. We do have some extra copies. Thank you. Hopefully more people take the survey. There's a link down here. We've only had 33 responses, and I think we sent out over 2,000 of these. So I'm hoping someone, maybe in the audience, will scan the QR code. It asks only a few questions. I think the fastest one did it in a minute. So it's not one of those 30 or 40 question surveys. And we will continue this. So I'm open to ideas. I hope to work with like the Conservation Committee, which I see a representative in the audience, Emergency Preparedness Committee, other committees to provide press, because some of them as part of the budget wanted to mail their own postcard. So this is much more fiscally responsible. But look for the next one in early July. This weekend, we have the horse fair, which is put on by our amazing Trails and Paths Committee right here at Town Center, starting at 10 a.m. And this is exciting. Lots of horses. We also have the sod blitz coming up in May. And then I've included a few dates here. And moving forward, we'll make sure you know about these dates early on in the newsletter. Audits, another hot topic. We are working through the audits. There's 4 here and we've gotten 1 completely done. We have a finance committee meeting next Tuesday at 4, but this item has been deferred from the finance committee review. They'll be looking at the budget in case that interests you. And so we continue to work on these and I'll update the dates as we have them. We are still working on the 22-23 audit and again, working through that. Then we'll move on to 23, 24 and 24-25 and we'll bring those to council when they're ready. And that concludes my short report. Thank you.
Thank you, Darcy. Can I just, for people who don't know what the SOD lists, do you want to explain that more clearly?
I don't actually know what it is. I know it has a great name. Goes on for 3 days and I think it relates to sodding.
Well, no, so
okay.
it's sudden oak death.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
So it's basically a survey to understand, what's our exposure is to sudden oak death in the community.
Great.
So,
And more specifically, yeah.
and there'll be, when we get closer, there's going to be more information.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
But I think we're looking for citizen scientists to be able to sample and carry on. So it will need some outreach.
Okay, so then let me move on to oral communication. So this is an opportunity for the public to comment on anything that they've heard so far tonight or on anything that's not on the agenda. So this is not for things that are on the agenda. Once we get to those agenda items, you can comment, but this if not on the agenda or if it's one of the previous presentation. So if you would come up to the mic. But so why don't I picked him first and then I didn't see you, I apologize, but I'll get to you. You're next. And if you could just, tell us your name and then.
Hello, everybody. So my name is Joseph Costa. I'm not currently a resident of Portola Valley, but my family and I want to be. And we're looking at our property on Alpine Road, 3510 Alpine Road, which is immediately adjacent to the Stanford project that's going on in the city now, which is a great concern to me purchasing that property. So I don't know if this is the proper forum for that. But I just wanted to, maybe get feedback on, the plan that they have and how they're being controlled, that they follow it. And with removal of trees, et cetera, because the property that in question shares a pretty long property line with them. And the house is pretty close to that property line. And so before we move forward with that, I wanted to make sure that the proper controls are in place that secures my investment, basically. So that's my question.
And this is generally public comment rather than questions, but what I would recommend is if you reach out to the planning director, I think that they can give you an overview of the project. Okay?
Okay.
Good.
And he'll also, be able to give reassurance.
He is a she. It's Sarah.
Okay.
So, okay?
Okay. Yeah, I've done my research. I just want to make sure that there's, what's in place to make sure they don't do what they're supposed to do and break the rules.
Sure. Yeah. Like I'd recommend just schedule an appointment with Sarah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, next, please.
I'm Bob Bauer, and I'm a member of the Portola Valley School District, trustee and serving as clerk. And I'm here today because I want to inform you of a couple of things. The first one is that we're having a candidate tonight for the 2 candidates running for county superintendent. And that's a very important position for our school district and our local community and our kids. It's on Monday night. And I would, first of all, welcome you. It's both going to be virtual as well as in person, and there will be a recording thereafter. And if the town would consider including some communication about it, even after the event where the video will be posted, I think it will help our voters in our community. But the most important reason I wanted to come today is to address the issue with the Hawthorne's property, and in particular, address the fact that the consideration that's been given to date has not involved the school district at all. We have depended on our former trustee, Gary Hanning, who has been a member of the Trails Committee forever, it seems, and has done a wonderful job. The 2 options that came out did not consider what was agreed to when that occurred. And then in particular, I want to make the town aware that the school district, first of all, I'm addressing as a person because we haven't taken up the matter until tomorrow night. And so the timing just didn't work. But tomorrow night I'll be proposing and discussing this matter. And I really want to invite that the district work together closely with the town. Our superintendent has reached out to the town manager just this week, so there hasn't been a lot of time to do this, but I think it's very important that we all together. As you know, because of the options that are now going forward the two options are access on Portola Road, where over 100 of our kids pass by twice a day. Both of those significantly compromise their safety. Mid-Penn is going there, and an agent, I want to read what I wrote because of the time, but we as an agency bear direct responsibility for the safety of the children traveling to and from school. And among that legal responsibility is for students en route to school to be working with our active partners in local agencies and jurisdictions in evaluating and addressing the school crossing safety. In particular, I want to make the current council aware that we share cost for the crossing guard at Portola and Alpine Road. And that, in my experience, means that we have a shared legal responsibility for the safety of the people who are being attended to at that crossing. That means that we both have an exposure should any harm happen to the children, and it's something that needs to be considered. Under the current CEQA activity that's going, there's a responsibility that all affected agency be consulted during the EIR process. And we believe the school district should be formally recognized as a coordinating agency in the EIR, even though there's been no outreach on their behalf so far.
And I'm going to have to ask you to start wrapping it up. We're a little over time.
Thank you. I'm sorry. So I'm confident that the school district wishes to work very carefully with you. I can only make a personal statement, but I've spoken to the superintendent and other members of the community. And I'm proposing that we take responsibilities and look at the options together and work on whatever access solution is ultimately proposed that puts the safety of our children in our community first. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else in the schoolhouse that have oral communications? All right. Seeing none in the schoolhouse, Christy, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I have 4 questions. The first one is we received a letter from HCD, and I understand our town has written a letter back. That has not been made public, either letter, and I believe in the past, the public has been better informed. So I don't know how we're able to get up to date with where we stand with HCD, and I'm interested in learning. The second thing is I'd like to be able to attend both meetings, Mid-Penn Open Space District and the council or the planning commission meetings, which both start on Wednesdays at 7 o'clock. So I'm hoping this council can come to a compromise in that their last meeting was at 5 o'clock and I was able to listen to both. And I think this is so important to the town that I'm asking you to compromise with them and get them to understand that we cannot be on 2 meetings at once and listen thoroughly. We want to speak at both meetings, so listening to it later does not work for us. I do think that Mid-Penn needs to come and do an open session in our town council room as they did at the beginning of this project a couple years ago. Many of the residents are unaware that the parking lot across from Roberts number 9 and number 10 at Alpine Road and Portola Road would cause a 4-way stop. The safe routes to school, we want to understand what's going to happen with Alpine Trail. It's of extreme importance to the safety of children, horses, pedestrians alike. And last but not least, the Stanford Wedge, if there is going to be traffic issues there, we want to be fully informed and understand that process. they put out a nice process for their students on their campus, but we're not seeing as much here. And we have places to go. We have doctor's appointments. We need to know and be on time as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. And Sarah, we haven't submitted a letter back to HCD yet. Is that correct? Yeah. So the reason you haven't seen anything is because nothing has been submitted. All right. Is there anybody else? Nobody in the schoolhouse? Nobody else online? So I'm going to close oral communications and move on to the consent agenda. So again, I'd like to open the consent agenda up to public comment. Is there any public comment on this consent agenda? All right, Rita, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. In just looking at the warrant list, there's about $250,000 on this warrant list for contractors. Call me crazy, but I thought we were trying to tighten our belts. So that's $250,000, and it would be really nice to know how much of that money are we then getting back in, maybe from Stanford or from people building homes or something. That number just sitting out there by itself, for lawyers' fees, $90,000. For Cotton Shires, the Geo guy, $30,000. For a CSG contractor, that was about $79,000, $80,000, and another $50,000 for Good City. That's a lot of money for a town that has no money. So how much of that money are we getting back? And if that can be updated, even if you can't answer me now, answer the public now, if we could get that information before next Tuesday's meeting, in case it's not shared, since they're going to only talk about the budget, it'd be really nice to understand how much of that money are we getting back. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. All right, anybody else in the schoolhouse? I don't see any other hands online, so I'll bring it back to the council. Does anybody want to pull any of the consent agenda items?
I want to pull the warrant list.
Okay. Anything else? All right. So I'm looking for a motion on 6A and B.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Then moving on to 6C. Judith, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a pretty specific question about the sheriff's contract payment, and it's on page 17. I understand this 1.03 million to be paid. In some places, it's referencing fiscal year 25-26, but then there's a parenthetical January 1st to June 30th. So I'm not sure if what is it covering?
It's covering the second half of fiscal year 25-26, so January 1st through June 30th.
So the full year
So this is the
amount
second payment. They bill us in 2 installments. This is the second installment.
in equal installments.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all I needed. Thank you.
Okay.
And Tony, is there any comments on anything that Rita asked? I mean, and no's an okay answer for now. Just if you had any immediate.
Yes, as been explained in previous times, any charge by the consultants to Fund 701 is funded by Apple.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hang on. I actually have a question too on the.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mayors. Could I just get clarification? As long as we pulled this item, I was going to email you later. For the San Mateo Sheriff, we have Fund 202 and Fund 203 and Department 210. Just curious what the different funds and why it's not coming out of one pot.
Because we allocated costs with the budget. So part of the costs were covered by the public safety sales tax, which is Fund 202. And we have the COPS grant, which is Fund 203. And then we had the remaining funds of ARPA, which was Fund 225. And that's the $50,000. So ARPA funds are completely spent. But the rest is what we get in annual allotments from our public safety sales tax and our COPS grant. So we split the cost. Well, we allocate some of the cost of the sheriff's contract to these funds.
Great. Okay, thanks so much. Thank you for spelling that out. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Tony.
I have a follow-up question on 701, sorry. 701, I'm just looking at it. It says on, say, the second line, it's 51320 CSG consultants. It says 101, 701. It doesn't separate out what.
There's a report that says checks by fund report. So if you go to all the checks that are cut out of Fund 701, those are covered by applicant deposits. You have a check register report, you have a paid invoices report, and then you have a check by fund report.
So Mary, do you mind if we move on and you could check with Tony later? Okay. All right. So I would entertain a motion for 6C.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. 6Cs have been approved. Thank you, Tony. All right, moving on to 7, public hearing. So I formally opened the public hearing. What do I have to say special words here or just moving into?
Right. Actually, we're going to take the item as normal. And then when it's time for public comment, you will open the public hearing.
Got it. Okay, thank you. So Brandon and Sarah, welcome.
Is that after yours?
Whenever you're ready, we're ready.
All right, good evening. Good evening, Town Council. So I'm Sarah Course, the Planning and Building Director for the Town of Portola Valley, and I'm joined here tonight with Brandon DeLucas, who is our Senior Contract Planner. So I'm just going to kick it off with a very quick introduction for tonight. So we're introducing kind of 3 different zoning code amendments. So there's a couple different topics that are lumped together in one ordinance. And so going back to why this is before you today. So when I talk about the ADU and JADU ordinance, so it's all in one ordinance, but I'll talk about this topic first and then the one. So with the ADUs and JADUs, there has been our adopted housing elements. And within our housing elements, there is a program 7-8 that provides some clear guidance about updating the town's ADU ordinance to regularly comply with state law. And it also kind of identifies some other specific implementation actions and a time frame for that as well. So when we're looking at the ADU and JADU aspect of the code amendments, we're looking to make sure that it's in compliance with best practices and also best practices related to compliance with the state law. So then moving on with the emergency shelters and development indemnification ordinances, those are kind of the 2 other pieces of this sort of bundled zoning code amendment. There is a housing element program 8-3 that provides specific guidance for related to the emergency shelters. And then we also have guidance to update the town's municipal code consistent with state law and best practices, again, kind of related to all of them, but especially for the indemnification as well. So we have that kind of guidance that led us here tonight to do some updates to our zoning code, again, to make sure we're complying with state law and best practices. So with this time frame, we originally brought this forward to Planning Commission in February for a study session. We received some of their feedback and made a few edits according to Planning Commission's direction, and we brought it back to them just this past month in April for their formal review and recommendation. So Planning Commission did have some debate on the indemnification piece of the zoning code amendment. And so they decided to sort of split it apart into 2 separate resolutions. So that's what you saw in your packet. There was 2 separate resolutions that they voted on. So the first one included information with indemnification. That was a 4-1 vote. And then the other resolution included the ADU and JADU language, as well as the emergency shelters language for the zoning code amendment. And that was a 5-0 vote from Planning Commission. And so now we're here tonight in May in front of Town Council for your formal review and consideration for potential adoption. So at this point, I'm going to hand it back over to Brandon. He's going to walk us through a little bit more detail about what's before you.
Good evening, council. Again, Brandon DeLucas, contract senior planner, kind of going over the actual code updates. So kind of the brief overview for the ADU and JADUs. We're looking to rescind our existing standards, which are contained in chapter 1836040B, which is uses permitted in all zones. It's very interesting, or it's accessory uses, sorry. And it's kind of in a weird location. So we are proposing as kind of a best practice to create a new chapter, since we do anticipate having to update this regularly, since the state is always changing the rules on this for us, to make it easier and have a very self-contained chapter with all these standards. And so kind of the background to this, the state law and intent is really to remove barriers, streamline approvals, and increase housing capacity. Our current standards are non-compliant. They were last updated, I believe, in 2019. They are no longer compliant. Since 2021, we've had 12 new bills that have been passed changing the regulations for ADU law. We did receive an HCD non-compliant letter back in 2023. They reminded us last year that we had still not replied to that and that we need to update that. And to kind of guide staff's development of this, staff made use of HCD's handbook, which they did just release a new updated version in March. Additionally, we reviewed their technical assistance letters. So local agencies are required to submit their ordinances to HCD for review. HCD then sends you a letter back telling you what you got wrong. And we extensively reviewed those, especially those that were issued this year, to understand the guidance that HCD is providing and saying, yes or no, what can you do? And that will kind of go throughout when we're talking about the different standards. And it led staff to why we're recommending what we're recommending is based off of that guidance. And that is, HCD's interpretation, which is a fair interpretation of the law. And, I'll let Catherine kind of expand more on the legal side of that. But that's kind of guiding this conversation and why we've made the recommendations that we have moving forward, which were supported by the Planning Commission. So one of the big things, and this is new this year, is how HCD and the state law has been amended to really look at how what's called 66314, which are going to be units that are created per local ordinance, and units 66323 units, which are state exempt units. Those are we have to approve, and we'll get into a little more technical on that, but those are the conversion of existing space. That's the 800 square feet, and those are the multifamily ones. Those we always have to approve. We can't apply any additional standards outside what the state sets. So the big picture is 66314. That is the authorizing language that says a city may adopt an ordinance that regulates ADUs. And it does have a lot of language where it says you can apply all these standards. But further down, it further restricts what we can and cannot do. And it says if you adopt an ordinance, your ordinance can only do these things or only have these maximum standards. And HCD's new interpretation and how the state law is worded is that you are allowed your state exempt ones, the 66323 units, no matter what. And then you are still allowed a 66314 unit per our ordinance, or if we do not adopt an ordinance, per what's authorized under that section if we do not have an ordinance. So that results in the possibility of having 3 ADUs plus a JADU on a site. And that has been, HCD's new position that's in their guidance, their technical assistant documents on this is how that works. And so that really comes to that conversation of the number of ADUs permitted. So this next table is just a very high level of all the standards, right? I know there's a lot of information on here.
Eye chart.
Yes. And it kind of divvy up kind of the different conversations. I highlighted a couple sections where there is a little bit of policy discretion, where staff recommended and worked with the Planning Commission to have the recommendation that you have before you. For example, the 1,200 square feet the zero parking based off of best practices. But that is where you do have some limited policy discretion on to influence that number, not by very much. And we'll kind of go through that in the next couple of slides. So that is just briefly is your maximum size, and this is only in regards to attached ADUs and detached ADUs. Conversion ADUs do not have a size restriction, not besides whatever the existing building that they're converting. Same with multifamily ADUs, since those are authorized under 66323, they are only prescribed those minimum standards of a 4-foot side and rear, the height limitations. That's it. We cannot restrict the size of those multifamily ADUs, the conversion and detached. So where we have a little bit of discretion is in the attached ADU or the detached ADU. And so the state laws requirements are for attached ADUs, you can restrict it up to 50% of the primary dwelling, except that you have to allow at least 800 square feet for a studio or 1 bedroom, or 1,000 square feet for a 2 or more bedroom. For a detached ADU, it is just the straight 850 or 1,000 square feet. And then for conversion ADUs, again, there are no maximum size. You know, this was the original language staff did have in the study session that we went to Planning Commission with. And there was a discussion of the commission kind of going back and forth on this number. You know, is the 1,000 okay, but we allow 1,500 now under our current ordinance. And they directed staff to kind of evaluate that and come forward with a proposal. Staff did come back, and that's where we just recommended the flat 1,200. That makes it very simple for everyone. It's not as big as we currently allow under our ordinance, but it is within reason. Additionally, the 1,200 under HCD's guidelines is kind of the default for if you don't have an ordinance. That is in their handbook, is if you don't adopt an ordinance, 1,200 square feet, 4-foot side and rear setbacks. That is the standard if we don't adopt one. For the size requirements, kind of moving into multifamily, again, those sections, since they're, and I didn't update the correct code citation, but since those are permitted per 66323, there is no size maximums there. Now going to the setback discussion, and we've heard this discussion, the Planning Commission had a lot of concerns with this, of the 4-foot side and rear setback. And there was, you know, the questions of, well, if we allow bigger or we give them in addition to what's allowed by state law, can we enforce additional setbacks? And in the state guidance and per government code section 66314D7, we cannot. It says in no other, basically, in no case can you impose more than a 4-foot side and rear setback. We can have other setbacks for units built towards our ordinance, such as, hey, you need to be set back from a primary structure 6 feet, as long as we don't restrict an ADU that's at least 800 square feet, and that's going to be 66321. And I know I'm quoting a lot of government code sections because they all kind of work together and point back to one another. For the parking, staff did recommend no parking. And the reason is with the addition of the 2 highlighted areas, which are part of more recent legislation, it creates a situation where most often no parking will be required. So where an accessory dwelling unit is part of a proposed or existing primary residence or existing structure, we cannot enforce parking. That's a lot of the ADUs we are actually seeing. Additionally, when a permit of an application for an accessory dwelling unit is submitted with a permit to create a new home, we cannot apply parking as well. Again, that is a large number of the ADUs that we are seeing. So more often than not, parking is not required. There would be very limited situations where we could require parking. And those aren't even, it's just a parking spot. We can't say it has to be a garage. It is just identify a parking spot. And most often here in Portola Valley, they do have the driveways. They already have space for parking. This again doesn't restrict an applicant from proposing this. They're more than welcome to propose parking, but we as a jurisdiction have limitations on what we can require. So for our proposed objective design standards, I know one of the questions is, well, what if we don't adopt an ordinance? If we don't adopt an ordinance and just default to state law, we don't get to apply these at all. So we could have the 1,200 square foot ADUs. They don't need to meet LRB. They don't need to meet lighting, landscaping, none of our, AMFA, none of that still applies. We can apply those for the 66314 units as long as we do not restrict the unit to less than 800 square feet. And so that is how that, and for example, the design standards that we have don't affect size. So meeting LRB, meeting exterior lighting, meeting landscaping won't have that impact. And so that is why we are proposing these. And these were existing standards in the ADU ordinance that we did carry over. So they are not new standards. They are the standards that we have existing that are objective and that we can continue to apply. And staff does recommend applicants, even currently, since we don't have a compliant ordinance, we do still recommend that they comply with our design standards. It's just we cannot require them to. So staff did make some minor revisions to what was in your packet, just based off of some of the feedback that we heard and just to ensure clarity. So one of them is on the review period, is cleaning up the header to explain, an ADU on a lot with an existing dwelling, and what about a ADU accompanying a new dwelling, like it's an undeveloped lot. Just to make those headers a little more clarified and consistent. Additionally, we updated kind of the typology section, clarifying kind of a single ADU that meets our ordinance, not the, the 2 ADUs that you're granted above is permitted. And then adding in the conversation regarding 66312. That is the language that specifically says you cannot apply standards that would limit a unit to under 800 square feet, even per your own ordinance. So that, in the next couple slides, we had that language kind of baked into different standards. We instead decided to just include it at the very beginning to make it clear and not have that necessarily repetitive language throughout. And then staff has also identified a minor edit that we needed to do for the adjusted maximum floor area. So in our multifamily zones, we do have, floor area ratio and also the coverage area ratio. So adding those in just as citations, again, the ADUs do count towards that. They can't necessarily exceed unless it would prohibit what's the state has authorized, again, that 800 square foot or those state exempt units. And then the last one was a minor edit just to ensure the correct citation of the government code section, the specific standard that we are citing there. And then kind of moving on to emergency shelters, as Kara kind of discussed at the beginning, it is to implement our housing element program 8.3 to comply with state law AB 2339. So this is one of those that the state has told us we need to make the edit. There isn't a default necessarily, like we default to state law. We do need to make the edit. It is also consistent with our housing element. That edit is necessary for those reasons, and HCD will be looking at that. So we want to make sure we get that done. And then the indemnification. This is, again, the language kind of codifying the town standard indemnification policy, which we were applying kind of as a condition of approval, but I think concerns with the Stanford project kind of brought this up, and Catherine kind of created a policy that addresses best practices to codify it within our ordinance. And so just kind of briefly want to go over the options this evening that the council has before. you are able to introduce the ordinance as it was proposed, introduce the ordinance with specific revisions that are made as part of the motion. You can not introduce the ordinance and basically deny it, or you can continue the item with specific staff direction on the amendments that you'd like us to make, to bring that back to you at a future meeting. So the recommendation is for staff to, or is for the council to introduce the ordinance and with the revisions that were included as part of that updated A. And staff is available for any questions at this time.
Great. Thank you, Brandon. So before we start with questions, the one thing I want to remind council is this is not a study session tonight. So this is not an opportunity to open this thing up, wide open. I think if we have specific things to, and Brandon, if you can go back to that last slide. So if we have, some specific revisions and we think we can make them as part of the motion, that's where we need to direct this. So I'd like to ask us as we go through this tonight, that we keep this in mind, that we're trying to accomplish one of these four things. We're not trying to rewrite the entire ordinance. Like that's not what's before us tonight. We may want to do that in the future, but that's not what's before us tonight. So with that, I'd like to start with questions. I know Rebecca had a long response, where she's actually outlined her responses in the PDF basically of the ordinance. But Rebecca, do you have other questions sort of the presentation? We're obviously going to have a robust discussion as well, but would you like to start?
Thank you. I appreciate all the hard work on this. So I had some questions about parts of it that didn't comply with the state law. And I noticed in the latest version that you sent out at noon or 1 o'clock today that you've corrected all of those points that I brought up. So I very much appreciate your making those changes to the draft. So one of my fundamental questions is that, and I'd like to get your agreement that my understanding of the code is correct. If we look at 66314, which is, as you said, is sort of the foundational section of the code about the fact that the town, the state gives the town legal authority to establish objective requirements for those ADUs as distinguished from the 66323 ADUs where we have very little say. So, if you look at 66314B, I mean, it goes into that point. It says that the town is allowed to impose objective standards such as that include but are not limited to parking, height, setback, landscape, architectural review, and maximum size. So my question for you is, where in our ordinance in this draft is it stated that the town has that ability to set those objective standards? And I'm most particularly concerned about is the setback one. Given that this says that we can set setbacks for all ADUs except 66323 ones, where in our ordinance are we allowed to do that? Where have you specified that that's part of the ordinance?
So that is built into our standards. However, look
Hey,
at that.
Brandon, make sure you speak close to the mic. It really has to be right in front of you. Yeah.
All right. So, looking at 66314B1, it does specifically say those standards. However, later in 66314D, it says we can require accessory dwelling units to comply with all the following. So that is kind of a list that further restricts that above statement. And HCD specifically points to, for example, the setback issue, the 4-foot side and rear, specifically points to subsection 7, that no setback shall be required for existing living space or accessory structures or structures constructed in the same location and same dimensions as an existing structure that is converted to an accessory dwelling unit or to any portion of an accessory dwelling unit and a setback of no more than 4 foot side and rear shall be required for an accessory dwelling unit that is not converted from an existing structure or new structure constructed in the same location and the same dimensions as the existing structure. So in the HCD guidelines, that is what they're pointing to say, yes, we say you can do setbacks, except 4 foot side and rear only. Where we are applying setbacks, for example, is the front setback. We do require that. They meet that as long as we're not limiting an 800 square foot unit. That's consistent with 66312, where that 800 foot thing comes into play. We can require, for example, if we wanted to add a setback between structures, between like the main house, it would have to be on the same lot. Between structures on the main lot, we could say, hey, you need to be 6 foot from that, except that if it prohibits a unit of at least 800 square feet. So that is kind of the justification HCD has provided on why we cannot impose higher side and rear setbacks, but there are other setbacks that we could apply in those specific cases.
I know we disagree completely on that interpretation, and I understand that HCD, you're taking your direction from HCD's interpretation of this, but can we both agree on the fact that D7 is one of the worst written portions of this law, period?
I think they intended it to be 2 separate bullet points and somebody made an absolute oopsie and deleted something because it does not. Yes, I completely agree with you. It is not well worded. And we see that about this ordinance. That is part of the legislature's action was to actually give HCD the power to interpret, implement, and supplement the standards in this chapter, which is very unusual. Supplement standards that are in state law, you almost never see. So that is a very unique position. And that is why staff is defaulting to the language that HCD is the guidance that they are providing, because the legislature, specifically in the ADU law, has given them that authorization.
So one of my other questions is just some background. To be honest, this project did start with the letter essentially from HCD about our current ADU ordinance back in 2023 and said that we needed to update it to the current laws. We obviously had a lot of turmoil in the department and tons of changeover. So I actually went and took that on as a project because there was no progress. We had no staff to do any progress on this. I wrote an ADU ordinance for the town and submitted it back in August. And I followed the template that HCD provided, actually. So they have created a template for an ADU ordinance. And I followed this and it obviously was out of date because this was really from 2023, 2024 time period, but a lot of it hasn't changed. Even though there's been a ton of new ordinances, in reality, that's just little pieces that have changed. So one of the, I did want to say that one of the, I'm coming to a question. One of the portions on here that is best practices is the inclusion of actual code references for each section. So my question is, why do you not want to follow HCD's templated, best practices of including the actual code reference?
So that template is interesting because we did receive it from the representative from HCD, but HCD, I'll get a little closer, sorry. We did receive that from the representative for HCD. However, speaking to some other ones, it's in process. There is no live document that's available. So I cannot speak to whether that is actually HCD's or that was that individual reviewer's guidelines. It is a few years out of date. There has been more clarity, even though the state law necessarily hasn't, the exact sections haven't been updated. HCD has been issuing newer guidance based off of other bills. I think we've included references where we felt it's the most relevant. adding in the citation of like 663, the state exempt units, the 66323 units, adding in the citation for 66312, where we felt it is the most appropriate. We do cite at the very beginning the entirety of it, so this is what we're trying to do. We're implementing this. Additionally, I mean, we can work with adding more, but the only problem is, and this happened a few years ago, a lot of jurisdictions did that, and then the state completely renumbered the entire section. That means we would have to go back through and renumber everything. And a lot of best practices have been not to include it. You have the reference at the beginning so that you don't have to go back and fix every single one all the way through again if they happen to rechapter this or renumber anything. So that was kind of a big change. That happened right around 2023, 2024 timeframe when they did that renumbering. I think that document there, I think, includes it right after the renumber. But it was about that same time.
Okay, thank you. So one of the things that concerns me about this ordinance is that it really doesn't protect our design guidelines because they are discretionary, because they are not written in a manner that's objective. So because we have not been able to work on transferring those into objective requirements, there's nothing codified into this new ordinance that would include the eventual production of these objective requirements for design guidelines. I had suggested some language in, I don't know where it is, that allowed for that potential future aspect so that we wouldn't then have to go and have a new ordinance because it would already be set in there. It was, it was under Objective Design Standards number 6, sorry. ADC, 1825-060, number 9, number 9, Objective Design Standards. So I had recommended that we put something like the town may in the future review, adopt, amend, or repeal objective design requirements to implement additional uniform standards or criteria that supplement or clarify the terms, references, and standards set forth in this chapter. I mean, I don't even remember where I got this from. I must have gotten it right out of either our current ADU ordinance or something from HCD. So is there a reason not to include that sort of caveat that would allow us to then just slot in our new objective requirements once we have them?
I expect that the HCD would be like, well, what are these standards? Because they're reviewing the ordinance. They want to know, are we actually applying objective standards? So if we did something like that, you would have to send your objective standards to HCD because now you've made them a part of your ADU ordinance. So, and one thing with that, when we do objective design standards and we do want to apply them, we don't have to completely redo the ADU ordinance. Instead, we can amend just that section to incorporate those objective design standards. But every time we do amend it, we are technically supposed to send it back to HCD. So that's why by reference, if you do it by reference, you're going to have to send the entirety of your objective design standards to HCD for their review and approval. So that's why best practice, and that's why a lot of jurisdictions have it as a standalone chapter now. And that was the thinking behind that.
Have what as a standalone chapter? Sorry.
The ADU ordinance.
Oh, okay.
Because technically, if you have it within your ordinance and you tweak anything a little bit, you might have to send it back to HCD. So that's why the best practice is have it be its own standalone chapter and kind of self-contained so that you don't have this, well, you referenced this, so we need to see that now too.
So my other concern is just protection, in furthering this sort of idea of protecting our natural surroundings and our, our traditional heritage of how we developed. And one of the things that was taken out of our existing ordinance is just the purpose and intent. So I had suggested we put it back in, and that included comments like just having a little list of create new housing units while respecting the existing character of the town, encourage adherence to the town's base zoning setbacks, objective requirements, and design guidelines while recognizing all legal rights granted by the code, ADU code. Support the development of ministerial approved ADUs and JADUs, provide housing that responds to residents' changing needs, household sizes, and increasing housing costs, and provide accessible housing for seniors and people with disabilities, and then promote the provision of affordable housing for people who work in town. So is there a reason not to include that kind of message to sort of preface the whole ordinance so people really understand that we value, how our town has developed, and we want to encourage people to adhere to it while recognizing that they have an enormous amount of.
I think it's just trying to streamline as much as possible so that HCD doesn't necessarily come back with comments. Some of those, yes, those are our purposes. They can be a little more, respect the town's, character. That's subjective. And they're going to look at that, even though it's in the policy or in the purpose, they may look at that and be like, how are you enforcing that? That doesn't make sense. I think where we have the leeway to do that is actually with how the public interacts with our documents. Most of the public does not come into and read our municipal code. They get our handouts. And I think that is where we emphasize that, hey, yes, here's what you're allowed, but we encourage you, we recommend that you do this. That is where we, I think, have the ability to include stuff like that. Hey, we want you to respect, the town's character, and here's some guidance on how you might be able to do that. And we provide that as part of our handouts, but not in our code. Our code needs to be very kind of the objective, streamlined. This is what you're allowed. And then our handouts can be more of that, providing more of the guidance and the support and encouragement to still meet our design standards as a town, because that is important. That is one of the unique things about Portola Valley. And I think that is where we have that ability. I worry that adding it into our ordinance will get HCD looking at it closer. So that, and I don't know if Catherine has any further comments, or Sarah, kind of on that point.
Thank you. Summarized it nicely. The council has discretion to add a purpose. But I think Brandon provided an alternative for consideration that some of that could also go in a handout. So it's really just a risk analysis about sort of whether this would flag HCD's scrutiny.
So if we go back to 66314 and A, it actually allows municipalities to designate areas within the jurisdiction where accessory dwelling units are permitted. The converse is that I assume that we can also designate areas where they're not permitted. Is that the case? Is that kind of a yes or no? I guess, because I want to add a little bit more to that.
Yes, but there's limitations on what we can do.
Okay. And recognizing that we have to allow 66323 ADUs regardless, is there a reason not to ban 66314 ADUs, for example, in Craig's neighborhood, the Woodside Highlands? Obviously we'll have little impact in terms of people not building ADUs, because they can still build essentially three ADUs with the 66323s, but at least they wouldn't be able to build four because it would block that. Is there a reason not to include that, not to kind of have some areas that are where evacuation, where traffic is already at a tremendous safety issue, to just sort of give that impression to the community that, if you're buying a house in that neighborhood, where that, it's got some issues with traffic and safety. Is there a reason not to block off some areas?
And this is where HCD's guidance kind of comes into play. So, further down, going into D of that same section, it says we have to allow it on property zone single family. So this is really kind of more of the caveat on, do you want to expand it into other zoning districts? Is what that is really, at least the guidance documents seem to be intending. We still do have, and this even applies to 66323 units. where we can make case by case specific findings, the building official, if there is a risk to fire life safety. And so that was actually one of the changes from the planning commission version to your version that you saw that the commission brought up specifically, Councilmember Karen, she brought it up focused on that. And so staff did add that as that caveat there, because that is where we feel that is kind of the max we can do without raising the ire of HCD. Since that is, I mean, that is a very much a consideration, fire safety, fire life safety, evacuation, flood, unstable soils is another example. I think that's where she was focused on is, well, we have an ordinance that says you can't build these structures in these type of soils. HCD's guidelines says you can only do that by a case by case basis. You cannot do a blanket ban in a section if it's zone single family and authorizes residential uses. So that is where that language came from, and it tried to address exactly your concern.
So my actually next question was completely relevant to that next portion, and I did notice it, and it is somewhat vague. I know that HCD has come back and said we can't use a fire safety as a reason to ban ADUs, which is a little amazing to me, but my question is, one of the edits I also recommended was to expand a little bit more on this public health and was to actually specify directly that you cannot build an ADU within earthquake setback. You cannot build an ADU on unstable soils. You cannot build an ADU, whatever these, I have a bunch of lists there, because you're not allowed to build a house either in those areas. So this is just a restatement of the reality is, because I'm just wondering, why would we not kind of put that emphasis into the system, and why instead have this sort of vague notice?
And so this actually came up really relatively relevant. So in reviewing some of the comment letters to San Diego specifically, San Diego said, hey, our fire department says you have to have 5-foot setbacks in these situations. They put it in the ordinance. State came back and said, that's all good. That's building code. You cannot make that a zoning requirement. So nothing in our zoning requirements mitigate or negate the building code requirements. So at the building code, which is where, earthquake setbacks, kind of all that comes into play, that's where that gets applied. But we can't apply it as a zoning standard. And that was what HCD said. So that's why we're keeping that broad. That is just, that's very similar to the authorizing language in the government code regarding, hey, you can make this finding for public life safety. So that's why it's purposely broad, is we're just trying to get to that, because if we get specific, HCD will flag it and say you can't have that as a zoning standard. That's a building code standard.
So could you explain a little bit the process of people submitting a planning application for an ADU that happened to be a little too close to a earthquake fault, or happened to be on some of the soil where it's banned? I mean, one wouldn't want an applicant to get that far along. So can you kind of explain a little bit the thinking of how we preempt that?
A lot of the ADUs do come in through general inquiry first. And so the staff planners do try to work with them, and we try to flag these higher level, hey, did you think of X, Y, and Z? And provide that guidance. I think that's also where we add a lot of those disclosures in our handouts. We can say, hey, did you check? Are you in an unstable soil? You need to consider that because you might have to change your foundations or you have to relocate it. Are you in an earthquake zone? That's where we can highlight those, is through that process. ADUs are different, where there is not a distinct planning permit than building permit. Planning reviews as part of the building permit. And so those considerations are being handled by geology, by building, by engineering, and not planning. Planning, realistically, when reviewing ADUs, we're looking, are you at the 4-foot side and rear setbacks? If you're over 800 square feet, is AMFA a concern? Are you meeting our objective standards that we can apply? That is what we're focused on. Those other considerations, unstable soils, that's going to be geology will make the comment. Hey, you're in unstable soils. You either need to move it or you need to provide a solution that addresses the concerns with the unstable soil. You know, one of my colleagues that in building says, if you have enough time, money, and energy, you can make anything work for the building code purposes, right? And so that is where those concerns are caught, and those are reviewed by those departments.
Okay. And then to switch over to the parking issue, as you said, we are allowed to require one parking space per ADU for the 66314s. And you gave a bunch of reasons for why it just wouldn't be, there was kind of no point because it would be so few properties. So are you saying, you gave a bunch of examples of the types of applications you're coming in, and the one you didn't mention was just an existing property that decides to add an ADU?
So
And-
in most cases, that one may require parking. In those cases, yes. So we could apply that to that. That's not as often, that's not the one that we're getting the most. A lot of them are the conversion that we're getting. And so that's why I brought that up. But yes, that would be one of the situations, somebody builds a new detached building. You would be required to provide one parking space unless they meet one of the other criteria. One thing to keep in mind is per how we have the standards. So if we do require parking, let's say, hey, we require parking, they're like, oh, I need to build a second driveway. And that's going to trigger grading. If we say parking's required, that goes to that part of like the site improvements where you have to follow our normal process in excess of what's the minimum necessary to permit that unit. They then could ministerially add a second driveway to provide the parking that's required for that unit. And that could involve grading that exceeds the thresholds that we have. But we have to ministerially still approve that. So by actually not requiring parking, we're hoping kind of that site improvement side where, hey, if you want to provide parking, you want to provide that second driveway, sure, you're going to ASCC or you're going to Planning Commission. So it's kind of a weird roundabout way to get there, but that's why we're only permitting what you need to get that unit.
But you do include, if somebody wants to have parking on their site, they're required to follow our ordinance, which requires a carport. So do you feel that you don't, well, I guess you don't feel that that's a problem with 66311 maybe, which says,
Where would I find 6631 in this?
Isn't that the state code?
It's the state code. It's where the intent of the legislature is that you don't, so that you don't create something that's so arbitrary, excessive, or burdensome so as to unreasonably restrict the ability of homeowners to create accessory dwelling units. So to me, I'm not going to, I just wanted to get your feedback that you don't feel that it's burdensome to require someone to create a carport.
So we have that standard to kind of also reflect there are some setbacks for parking and things like that in that section. You know, this 66314-10, which talks about parking, basically says, yes, you can provide parking, but it cannot exceed, one parking space per accessory dwelling unit or per bedroom, whichever is less. And these spaces may be provided tandem on the driveway. And so that is kind of where could request just a driveway space. Even though it says may be provided, the guidance documents are saying that if they request that, you have to grant that. So it's the applicant has the option to provide it in the driveway, not that we have the option to require them to provide that.
Okay. And I guess my other major question, going back to the 1,200 square foot. So we're not required to allow 1,200 square foot. And given that your interpretation is that we have to allow 4-foot setbacks for every ADU, which I take issue with that interpretation, but I can't do much about that. Why would we, as a town, allow 1,200 square foot if they could be placed at 4 feet from the property line? Why not stick to the maximum that we're required to by the code, which is 850 or 1,000 square feet? why open that up to, why allow it? I mean, I'm not against 1,200 square feet. I just don't want them 4 feet from the property line if I don't, if we're not required to have that. So why?
So this came as a result of the study session with the planning. So the original proposal was the 850 and 1,000. The planning commission had that conversation. Like, hey, do we think they brought up how our existing ordinance does allow 1,500? Are we penalizing people? It kind of had that robust discussion about that. And they kind of provided direction to staff is like, hey, look at it and maybe find a middle ground. They were feeling, some of the members on the commission were feeling maybe that was a little too restrictive. We want to encourage ADUs, and by restricting them that small, we're not encouraging them. And there was other members that were like, well, that's big. That's a giant unit 4 feet from the property line, kind of that same concern. And when we came back, the planning commission did review that and did recommend the 1,200. So this is definitely a discussion, the council, we can kind of hear from the council. We know the language that we could replace it with, and staff can definitely provide that as a recommendation if you wanted to go with the minimums. But based off of the feedback that we got from the planning commission, that's why we moved forward with it.
And then so my next question was about the fees, the fee section and stuff. Could you speak a little bit to who actually has the authority to set these, to make these determinations about not so much the fees, but the connections to the utilities, with separate connections versus not separate connections? I realize that 66323, you can't require them. Nobody can require them, I think, to have a separate connection if they don't want it. But obviously for the 60314s, the normal ones, somebody has jurisdiction to allow to require a new or separate utility connection directly between the ADU and the utility. So could you speak to that? Because that's the wording that you put into this.
The utilities generally do have that authority. They have their authorizations to require that under this ordinance. And I know there has been some conversations on exactly who, when. There is also situations where even a 66323 unit does have to require utility connection. For example, 880 Rushridge, which was that, new house with an ADU, they did have to provide, or PG&E required them to have a separate utility connection because they were being built with the primary house. So that is an example, even though it's a 66323 unit, that does still trigger, PG&E has the right to say, yes, we want you to have a separate meter, or the sewer district, we want you to have a separate meter and line. Those authorities are kind of left with the utilities. We are including it because it's in the statute, and other jurisdictions have tried to leave it off. And HCD has said in their comment letters, you don't have this, you're not compliant with state law. So that even though we don't have the authority, we are doing that to kind of just address that comment from HCD saying, hey, you need to have this in your ordinance.
And on that note, there's quite a few sections within the ordinance that are not included in here. Can you discuss a little bit the discussion of why you left off like the whole thing about selling ADUs or, a lot of the last stuff at the very end of the ordinance was just not included.
So the sale of the ADUs, there are some explicit requirements that we have to allow for the separate sale of it. However, it's an opt-in process outside of those specific exceptions. And we were not proposing to allow ADUs to be sold separately, except for where the state requires us to. And the state has allowed just by reference those. So that's why that language was not put in for that specific example.
And then for the education fees, that one was also left out. Was there a reason why you chose not to include that?
Again, reviewing through their documents, they did not call out the jurisdiction for not having that in. We can add that in and add that language there. But we feel confident enough moving forward without that inclusion because we have not seen that call out in their guidance documents when it wasn't.
So you don't really feel like residents and architects should be informed of all the fees they're going to face so that we don't end up with another West Bay Sanitary District debacle?
One of the conversations staff has had in other jurisdictions, what we do is we have a handout that lists all the fees that possibly could apply to their project. And I think that is definitely something we need because there are other fees that do apply and help kind of give them a picture of that up front as part of those documents. I think that is something we should do anyways, because we discuss the utility fees, but we don't clarify what they are. And this is who is the fee, who owns the fee, so who's applying the fee, and how to contact them. And if possible, we can say, this is their calculations for their fees. So that is something that staff has kind of discussed and want to include as part of our handouts to help guide them specifically for that.
And given the extreme bandwidth issues right now and the amount of work that the planning department has, do you have a sense of when the community would be able to anticipate receiving all these extra handouts and actually guidelines that describe this?
One thing really is once we have this locked down, we can start moving forward. We have examples from other jurisdictions that do this quite well, and staff has those kind of ready. We just need to know what our ordinance is going to be and what our standards are going to be, so we can update them. And Sarah can definitely discuss more of the capacity and how quickly we expect we can get those out.
I think at the moment, as we're seeing issues with some of our processes or communications, we're trying to do that more immediately with people in the system or applying now. And that's informing either our permit techs or reviewers to make sure that they provide that information. The best way that this update will happen is when we're through implementing our new permitting and licensure software. So that is a huge project that you may have forgotten that there was a mid-year budget approval for that. And so we're heading into implementing that project, which will be a huge lift. And that will be an overall overhaul of the whole kind of permitting process. And so with that, we would be automating a lot of things and it would be integrated into the application process or the information provided online for people. And to me, I know that this is an important thing of when someone goes in to apply to be aware of all the things that they might face or all the other different organizations or agencies that have, review authority over it or other fees over their permit or their project as well. So that I think we're tracking a lot of these things and then making sure that we're incorporating this kind of all included within this permitting update. So that I would say this would track together with launching the whole permit system. If we can do other piecemeal updates, we will, but I would really just try to make sure we're getting all the information. And then once we're launching that and all that information should be available.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my last question is, when I went through this and redlined it, there was just a lot of areas that I felt were not, I found it unclear. There was just a lack of specificity and there was just a little bit of, lack of clarity, if you will. And I put in some verbiage in some cases, where I asked questions about things, whether it would be important to provide some clarity, whether it's the appeal process, whether it's the process of if your project is told that you're don't have all the materials, or you're whether or not an ADU will be considered at the same time or will not be. There's just a little bit of vagueness, if you will, in there that I think causes confusion. So did you have a chance at all to review my suggestions and to understand those kinds of areas where I found the ordinance to be a little overly vague?
Yeah, I know, I work with Catherine and kind of one of her staff members, Nardos, to review that. And, we did have multiple meetings to kind of discuss what we saw and heard and try to identify. I think one of them, for example, the shall or may in regards to processing an application. So if you submit an ADU and a new house, the town may delay the approval of the ADU to when the house is finally approved through its normal process. And, staff feels the flexibility is nice to have. I mean, we can, in practical, yes, we are delaying the approval of the ADU till the house is done. I personally cannot envision in a situation where we wouldn't do that, but having the flexibility is useful for staff. If a unique situation did occur where we're like, actually that makes sense in this case. And so that's why staff didn't address that one. I think some of the concerns were like calendar days versus business days. And Catherine can kind of speak to this, where I guess my understanding is that when the state says days, they mean calendar days. And that's established as law for the state code. It's only when they specifically call out business days. So we felt, since that was already an assumption and assumed under state law, that we did not need to provide that clarification. But of course, we're happy to hear if council does want us to add that in, we can clarify all those points. And I don't know if there's any other examples, but we did analyze those and try to include, for example, with that Exhibit A that you got, what we felt we could and it was really the most relevant, and then leave up the other ones to kind of more the decision from the council. Would you like us to address those kind of more minor clarification? Is that a concern with everyone, and move forward?
So those are all my questions for the ADU ordinance. So I'd like to just pass it off to them. I do have some questions for the indemnification one, but I think we should stay, my feeling.
Okay, that would be great. Let's do that. I don't mind splitting up the conversation between sections. Helen, do you have comments? Or not comments, sorry. Do you have questions? We're still just on
Okay.
questions.
Hi, thank you. Let me get to this for you. Just for clarification, I have some clarification questions. Again, utility, because of the situation we're having with the West Bay Sanitary District, would we not include, just to be really clear, we would not include because we have so many different agencies. Is there any reason not to include the names of the agencies that with jurisdiction over? Because I think that people think that we have jurisdiction over sanitation and over, PG&E obviously has electrical and gas, so.
The thought there is that in our, again, and I know I keep defaulting to the handouts, that's where we can be very specific in including that language in our municipal code. What if that jurisdiction changed their name? Or what if there is a handover of authority, or we get split in authority? There's kind of those what ifs. So
Right.
Being more generic tends to be the better path in those specific cases, but being very specific on our handouts, because our handouts staff can fix. We don't need to come back up to council
Right.
to fix those, where if it's in our ordinance, we would, and that could create just unnecessary work for staff to have to come up for those really minor things.
So, and in terms of the, without even naming them, that we could clearly state, electrical, gas, sanitation is overseen by other agencies, right?
Yeah, if we want to do something a little more generic in that way, yes, we can say, or the governing or the local agency that oversees these utilities, and kind of make it more clear on that way. Yes, we can definitely look at that and include something like that if, that is council's direction.
Okay. In terms of undergrounding of utility connections, Cal, the letter that was sent to Planning Commission on February 4th, 2026 by Cal HDF claims that undergrounding is not permissible requirements. And my understanding is Cal HDF is like a legal advocacy group who will sue us, and they did send us a letter. So can you speak to the undergrounding situation? There it is on page 4 of 5 of their letter. It says the town may not impose such undergrounding requirements on sections. Again, it's the 66323 ADUs. And this specifically exempts such ADUs from all local requirements. So it does look like, so if you could speak to the undergrounding situation.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. I want to pull it up so I can read the exact.
Right, and maybe it is with the, I'm gonna forget the other, and maybe it's under 66314, but because we have, we did get a legal letter, not from HCD, but from a different group who also sues. I'm curious about this section.
And so I just to clarify, we're going to be discussing section, I think it's under utility connection, so E5. So when there is a proposed utility connection between them, they have to underground it. And so again, we are not specifying that if you have to underground, if there are other ways for you to provide that utility connection. And this is where it gets a little unique. So in most cases, the utility connection generally goes directly through the existing service. It's a sub panel on the house, or it's tied into the existing house's system. This would only be in the cases where they are proposing that direct connection. We're not requiring them to do that direct connection, but if they're proposing it, we are requesting that they underground, for example, the electrical line. And so that is, and Catherine, you can correct me if I'm wrong, in our interpretation of the state law, that is consistent with the provisions, because we are not requiring them to underground, but if you propose to do utility connection, or if you propose to do that, you're not required to do the direct utility connection to utility, except in very certain situations, right? In most other situations, you're not connecting directly to the utility, you're directing through the existing system. And those we're not requiring the undergrounding.
When you say existing system, are you talking about the primary residence?
Yes, and so what this is really focused on, and this is saying a separate utility direction directly between the utility and the unit. So if you are providing a separate meter for the ADU and you are running a new power line from PG&E's pole to the house or to the ADU, if you propose that, you're not required to, in most situations, to do that. If you propose to do that, we do want you to underground it.
And does this follow state law? I mean, obviously, like, for fire reasons, I like things undergrounded, but again, I don't want the town to, so.
It's similar to the parking situation. If you elect to provide parking, besides it being in a garage, we can still require additional standards. Like it needs to be outside the setbacks. It needs to be on concrete. You can't have it be on, dirt. We can still apply those standards because it's more like they're opting into that.
So, I mean, when I built my ADU, I went off I have a separate meter, and I was required to underground. It was extraordinarily expensive. So the trenching is heinously expensive. And because of the configuration of the electrical poles, it made much more sense than coming off the primary. And then to see Cal HDF say that this is not permissible, but you're saying, you're asking, but it does look like the verbiage says shall be placed underground. Right? So this is why I'm like,
Catherine, I don't know.
I'll see if,
yeah.
so I think the legal issue is whether this is excessively burdensome. And that's what we talked about too with the parking. And the reason that we as staff don't believe we would trigger that is because the applicant would be opting in to the decision to underground. It would not be required. All that said, this is a policy decision for council. There was, I think, a fair amount of discussion at the Planning Commission about this provision, and this is ultimately reflects their recommendation, but this is a policy decision.
Okay. Thank you. Next question. Adjusted maximum floor area. Just to be clear, 66323 can be up 4 feet up against a fence and not count towards the overall. Is that correct?
So with how we have the wording for the AMFA and the similar requirements is that the ADU does still count, but we have to minimally allow either the 66323 units and the 66314 unit up to 800 square feet. So if they propose, let's say they are 800 square feet below AMFA and they propose 2 ADUs. They propose one under the state exempt, the 800 square foot, 66323 unit. They can do that. They are now at maximum AMFA. They still can apply for an ADU under 66314, which is our ordinance, but they only get 800 square feet. They don't get the 1200 because they are only allowed to exceed the AMFA, the maximum necessary to facilitate at least 800 square feet. So we do still have it counting. One other impact of this is, let's say you do these units. You are now above AMFA. You can't do an addition to your house because you have already exceeded it. So any future additions would be prohibited at that point. And so that's why that is worded this way, is so that people don't necessarily take advantage of that. If we don't count all those ADUs towards AMFA, they could build all those and still do the additions to the houses. And we get a lot more structures than what we intend for, or more square footage than we intended for.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the height limits, I find the height limits confusing. Did Planning Commission, has anyone talked about the height allowable changing at all? Am I the only one raising this question?
I actually believe Councilmember Finn did, in one of her comments, kind of like, hey, can't we just do this in regards to height? But what is proposed is the default in state law. Those are the height limits we can require. I think one of the places that the council could provide policy discretion is if we want to allow the slightly greater height. Our base zoning our base zoning height does allow 28 or 30 in certain situations, depending on where you are. That's higher than the 25. We could default to that if that is the guidance. We just left in the language that was in state law in regards to height.
Okay, thank you. Okay. In terms of landscaping, and this was per the ADU handbook of March 2026. And this, my guess, so this seemed updated. I did not get to compare today's version. So this is last night's version. But this was from guidance from HCD of March 2026. In terms of a local, can open space or landscaping requirements be used to limit the size. So landscaping cannot, cannot be a limiting factor,
That is correct.
right? I would also note that we're moving into zone 0 regulation. And zone 0 is not included anywhere in this discussion.
And so again, this is kind of that discussion we had earlier where zone 0 is a building and fire code requirement. So that is still applicable and applies, but we cannot have it in our zoning ordinance.
Right, okay. Okay. And okay, let me just make sure. I think those are all my questions, but let me just double check.
Whatever.
Yep, okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Helen. Mary?
I think my question's probably already been answered, but I'm going to ask it again anyway, because I don't completely understand. There's a policy choice about having having a parking place on some of these, and you decided not to do it as a policy. I'm having a very hard time understanding. We're trying to get cars off of the road, right, onto lots. It doesn't matter whether it's on dirt or on grass or whatever, but it's better that it be out of the street so people can exit and evacuate. Is the net going to be there less cars in the street? Or is it, is this because you think it's some kind of reverse thinking we're having to do that we can possibly avoid an SB 9 because we've made it more attractive to people to do this? I'm really lost in the morass of contradicting approaches to simple problems.
So for the parking specifically, there are in many cases for the ADUs that we are seeing, we cannot require parking.
Yeah, no, I got that. But there's one case where we can't.
We can't.
Okay, so we realize we have very few options, but why would we choose not to take an option that we have?
It was for simplicity's sake, really, it simplifies the number of standards that we do have.
And it seems like that is is it not true that is the most likely situation where they would say, oh, well, it's required to have a parking place. We'll have a parking place. It's not like this is going to be a person who absolutely can't live without it.
And this is where it
That
kind of
ordinance.
conversation where, and also not requiring the parking. If somebody proposes the parking, we can still go through our process. There's a great example of an ADU. They're on a very large lot. They're putting their ADU kind of all the way in the back corner. They want to do a separate driveway, but it's up a steep hill. If we say that ADU requires parking, the grading on that hill will have to be ministerial, even though it would normally trigger planning commission. So that's kind of that way. The other way is a lot of our sites that are having these ADUs where they do trigger parking, they actually tend to have a large enough roundabout area that they're, on their lot or near their garage, that they're just showing, here's where my parking is going to go. So often there's already existing space on site. I think there's going to be a lot less situations where we do not have space on site that is already usable as a parking space, because we do often require guest parking spaces. And so those have been kind of utilized for that reason. However, again, it is a policy discussion, and if the council does feel like we should add that back in, staff is more than happy to add it back in.
And is that something we can do tonight?
Yes, I can quickly draft the wording right now just to align with state law, and I can read it into the record, and you guys can make that as part of your motion.
And can we do the 850 square feet too?
If that is a desire of the majority of the council, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And strategically, I'm willing to think strategically if I have to, but I'd much rather think logically. strategically, is that a mistake? I mean, is there a mistake there?
I think, we hear the concern a lot with, these ADUs, where they're located, the impacts to our natural environment, and that aren't being reviewed by the planning commission and city council, or, planning commission or AAS.
You're saying it would then go to the ASCC?
Because we're not requiring it. If it's required, we have to process it ministerially. If it's not required, we can say our normal.
So that's the
normal
strategic.
triggers. That's
thank
the,
you.
yes.
Okay. Oh.
Thank you, Mary. All right, Helen tells me she has one more short question, and then I'll go to you, Judith. Sorry.
I wanted to double check that the 1,200 square feet would also apply for, as I recall previously, for parcels over 3.5 acres.
So how we have it currently written, it applies regardless of parcel size.
Only 1,200 square feet.
We do not have that kind of bonus situation that the code currently has, because it tied it to additional setbacks that, again, HCD has said we cannot do.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Judith.
Okay. All right, I'm going to start generally, and then I'll get down into specific questions. First, I want to know what the legal authority of the HCD handbook is.
I'll take a stab at that. So I would put that in the context of HCD statutory authority under that code section Brandon referred to at 66313.5, which reads, the department, meaning HCD, may review, adopt, amend, or repeal guidelines to implement uniform standards or criteria that supplement or clarify the terms, references, and standards set forth in this chapter, meaning the ADU chapter. So they are acting pursuant to that authority.
Are they law? Are they law?
No, they're not law. They are guidelines. So I would say that's different than law. But, if a court were to review them, they would certainly be considered, by the court in interpreting statutory language.
But they've gotten the ability to fill in the gaps, so to speak.
Yes, the legislature gave them the ability.
But the legislature, they might be filling in gaps that the legislature didn't intend. It can be arguable whether or not every single guideline is gonna be filling the gap and.
Yes, I think
serving as a
that's
guideline.
right. And, I suspect if, in theory, if the HCD gets it wrong, the legislature always has the opportunity to step in every legislative session and change the statute and make it clear what.
Okay. And then the other large picture item is the risk of not having an ordinance. You covered that. I gotta be honest, there's a lot of information that came in the last 24 hours. So if I'm repeating myself, that's why, or repeating asking you to repeat, that's why. The risk of having no ordinance seems to be that some of the stuff that can be given effect in our current ordinance would just not, it would be completely up to the state with gaps where we currently have a little plug or two that we can apply. Is that essentially it?
Yes, and I can go into more detail if you would like me to.
Nah, no, that's okay. The other benefit of having the ADU ordinance sooner rather than later is to enable staff to start doing things that can help applicants understand, like all these materials you're saying you could get going on. So to me, it does seem that time is of the essence in a way. Right? We have the HCD letter that we'd prefer not to have them looking at this and seeing a delay. And then we want the staff to actually be enabling build outs, right?
Yes, and currently staff is having to default to state law because that is what the state law says, but being able to actually enforce some of these objective design standards when we can, is good.
Okay. All right. Now we're going to go to my more line item questions. This isn't to challenge it. It's just to remark to the public. If a complete application is not approved or denied within 60 days, the application is deemed approved. How are we doing on meeting that 60-day timeline? Is it like something to be afraid of, or are we managing to get those things done?
So ADUs, and so the 60 days is up when it's in review. And we do work with applicants if there are multiple reviews. Technically, if they haven't still addressed the issues, we're supposed to deny them and make them reapply and pay the fees. We're not forcing applicants to do that. We are saying, hey, we will continue the review, but you are still deficient. So we are still providing them the comments within the time frames required.
That's all I'm really getting at is do we have a bigger process issue if we are skipping through the 60 days and not able to process? But it sounds like you're engaged enough. That's not an issue. Thank you. All right. So to summarize the 4-foot setback, it is a policy decision that the council can discuss today, whether it's 850/1,000, where we're able to do anything about it, or 1,200.
In regards to the size, yes. Sorry,
Yes.
you said setback. I just wanted to clarify. For the size, yes.
Yeah.
You have the discretion on the 1,200,
Yeah.
850 for the one, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so that can be a later discussion. There's this odd language in 42 about 8 detached ADUs, et cetera. Does that actually even apply in our town? Like the 8 multifamily unit ones? Like, I'm just trying to gauge whether to focus on that, given I personally believe we ought to be getting something through our system sooner rather than later. So is that something that's likely to apply to us?
So we do have some properties that do have existing multifamily.
Okay.
Yes, that would apply.
Okay. All right. Then I'll do my homework.
Period.
Sequoias.
Yep. Okay. Site improvements. That was helpful. Oh, page 44, there's this, you have the site improvements, then you have the objective standards. So ADUs shall comply with the following objective standards. Oh, and then it's 323 units that it's encouraged not. So were these already literally in our existing code, like before we couldn't enforce them? Okay, so you're not doing anything to optimize that at this point.
Yeah, I think we did some minor clarification on the landscaping, but yes, otherwise, because the landscaping just referenced the landscaping guidelines, and those are or the design guidelines, which are too subjective, but we kind of specified it to the approved plant list, which is objective. So that was the only clarification. Otherwise, everything else is what is already being applied.
Okay, so I can't plant a rose bush near my
It's not
ADU.
in the plant list, so no. As part of your ADU, no.
Okay. All right. Okay. The emergency shelter, I don't think we're going to have a separate discussion of that. The outdoor smoking area, is that literally out of state law?
I believe it is, and I will look to.
I gotta believe it is, because I can't imagine pick that to make a point about. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Charter. Okay, we're gonna come back on the indemnity, right? So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. Okay, I've just got some, I think, fairly simple questions. They're mostly clarification just to make sure I got my head around everything that's come at us. So you said 3 ADUs. Can you just explain that a little bit? Like, how do you get three ADUs and the AFMA applies? You can get up to 800 over, but that's it, right? So how do you get three? Where did the three come from?
So you would get so you get two of them from the units authorized under 66323. So that is a conversion ADU. So converting existing part of your house, converting an existing garage, an existing pool house is a common one that we see. You get to convert that directly. That usually, since it's already figured into the AMFA, doesn't really impact as much. Then you can do the detached 800 square foot ADU per section 66323. So those are your first two. Then with the clarification that HCD has provided, you do still get one unit consistent with our local ordinance, which is 66314. And we can still apply AMFA, except that we can never restrict a unit less than 800 square feet. So that's where you can get, so if somebody does it correctly, you would, or incorrectly, however you want to look at it, you get your two state exempt, you're already way over AMFA, you can still get your 66321, it just will be 800 square feet.
Okay. All right. So that's, yeah, so I think I get the ADUs. It seems complicated that somebody's doing all that, but it's an interesting way all these things fit together. So on the 1,200 square foot, as I understand, if we allow that, then we get to apply objective standards and we get to apply setbacks like a front setback, not side and rear. So, and setbacks between buildings.
Yes, currently staff has not proposed a setback between building and the current ordinance, but that is something we can, if the council directs us to, we can include.
Okay, because one of the questions I was going to add, the next question I was going to ask is a fire safety question. I mean, typically you want to have 10 feet. That may already be in our fire regs. I don't know. Because as I understand from this conversation, what you're saying is there's zoning, and then layered on top of that is building and fire. And if they're more restrictive, they win.
That's correct.
Okay.
Because the fire and building code are seen as being adopted from the state building and fire code,
Okay.
they control more and can be more specific on those specific standards where zoning we cannot.
Okay. So if I may, we talked about, and the design standards, the objective standards we have now, you were listing, you said LVR. I wasn't quite sure the acronym.
Light reflectivity values. So that's
Thank you. Got it.
light gets turned off.
Yeah, no, I know what it is. I just didn't know what the acronym was, but thank you. Thank you, everybody. So,
I've had the
and
same
do
problem.
those only apply if we have an ordinance?
Yes,
Okay, so if we just defaulted to nothing, these wouldn't apply.
that would be correct.
Okay. And if we defaulted to nothing, would the AFMA apply?
So we are clarifying on the AMFA. I think there could be an argument. Well, actually, no, if we default to that, no, we would not. Per HCD's guidance, 1,200 square feet is what we would have to allow as a default for if we don't have an ordinance.
Okay.
So we would not be able to restrict it to the 800. But I'm trying to think if there's any other clear guidance on that. But to my understanding, that's the default, is the 1,200. AMFA would not apply in that case.
Okay, because what I'm really trying to get at is the advantages of having an ordinance versus just defaulting to the state. So that's really where I was trying to go with that. And I know the direction we gave you was to just update our ordinance to state standards. So I appreciate you've done that. And I'm trying to understand what in addition we're getting out of that. So, I think that's helpful. So let me stop with questions there. Then we've got the two more parts that we need to cover. And then I think I can go to public comment. I did want to ask the council, like, are you okay if we go through the two more parts, take public comment, and then maybe take a break? And
What are the two more, indemnity and what?
the indemnity and the emergency shelters.
Okay.
Those are the two pieces we haven't discussed. I mean, you actually jumped into it, but I think Rebecca still said she wanted, and I asked her to wait. So I just want to make sure if anybody has comments on those two or questions on those two, yeah. So with that, let me go to those two. So Rebecca, you had something that you wanted, Yeah, please.
Okay, well, quickly on the emergency shelter, I had the same concern that Judith had about the outdoor smoking area. It says the outdoor smoking area may be screened by vegetation. I had put in a little note about it complying with fire code. I know I'm understanding now that that's more of a building thing. So we would be able to then, through the building process code, have, make sure that we're not somehow creating a fire hazard.
Yes, that is mine, and I'll default to Catherine because Catherine helped write that, that update, so I'll let Catherine chime in.
But yes, that is the same concept that would apply. The building code would prevail.
Okay, and should I move on to indemnification?
Yeah, please. Let me just
Okay.
cover both of those.
So for the indemnification, I kind of want to understand my role as and the role of the council members in terms of who are we supposed to be protecting the most? I mean, is it just the town, or do we have any responsibility towards protecting our residents in this situation? So when we ask for an indemnification for an applicant that comes for a project.
Well, I would say, let's see, we are obviously being mindful of residents, but while at the same time being protective of the town. The town is currently requiring indemnification of applicants. So this is essentially codifying existing practice. And I think as Brandon mentioned, the main reason this caught our attention and my attention was that during the negotiation of the conditions of approval for the Stanford project, Stanford pointed out that we had no statutory authority to require the indemnification.
We do or we didn't?
We did not at the time. We
okay.
still don't. So that's the purpose of adding this to our code. They did end up indemnifying the town. That is part of the conditions of approval. But this is essentially intended to codify existing practice.
And we do all of these things that are in this proposal. We're currently asking applicants to do reimbursement of public records acts.
So that is actually new. Thank you for pointing that out. We do not currently do that, but this is sort of with the mindset of saving costs for the town, and a lot of times that these projects do actually result in expensive Public Records Act requests brought by neighbors or other interested parties that are solely about
and
the particular project.
Are we not allowed by law to charge for PRA requests in general, just general PRA requests?
No, we are
There's
not allowed
to charge for that. Because I'm just a little, it's very open-ended. So, say in a situation that there's some huge controversy and we make the front pages of the Wall Street Journal again, and all of a sudden, the 75 reporters decide that they're going to do a PRA request to get information about whatever this controversial project is. So then we're saying that that applicant of the controversial project has to pay for all those PRA requests. So it's very open-ended. I mean, it could go on for years, right? And somebody would get a bill 20 years from now because there's no guardrail. What are the guardrails on this?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is based on another jurisdiction's language. And so I have not heard of that situation coming up, but I'm mindful of what you say. And, one option would be if you want to provide some guide rails, you could change the shall to may reimburse the town, or may be required to reimburse the town, or you could strike it altogether if that is the council's preference regarding the PRA reimbursement.
And then, so what happens in a situation where it's the town's negligence for in something in how they approved a planning, or one of our contractors screwed up, or it just seems like we're forcing the applicant to take on that responsibility.
So this did come up at the Planning Commission. There was a discussion amongst two of the commissioners who had two different views on this question. Ultimately, the commission decided not to carve out an exception for gross negligence or willful misconduct by the town, which is consistent with other indemnification provisions throughout the municipal code. This isn't the only place where this would arise. There are some specific indemnification provisions that are not generally applicable, like this one would be. But the standard approach throughout the Muni Code tracks this language and does not carve out an express exception for gross negligence or willful misconduct by the town. Now, as a practical matter, if there was, and not saying there ever would be, but gross negligence or willful misconduct by the town, there would certainly be, the applicant would just refuse to indemnify, and that would just be another part of the litigation, I imagine.
But when does the indemnification happen? At the end of the project, you sign something, or at what point?
It essentially happens during the conditions of approval. For most projects, the planners might have additional information on that. But then, most of the times these projects do not result in litigation. But if, for example, the Stanford project, after it was approved, the town received a lawsuit regarding, California from CEQA, and the EIR was not compliant, et cetera. And at that point, Stanford would be required to indemnify the town for any litigation costs in defending that CEQA litigation. That's when this comes up kind of.
And then I was confused about why we would be requiring the applicant to pay for the defense with the council of the town's choosing. Maybe you could just kind of explain the process here. I don't quite follow how defense is, in what situation a defense is then chosen by the town. What would be a scenario that this comes into play?
So if there is litigation challenging a project that the town approves, generally the litigation would be brought against both the town and the applicant. So the applicant would have their own attorney and they'd be defending the lawsuit. What this language is saying is that the town doesn't have to use the applicant's attorney. They could hire their own attorney to defend the town. So there might be different nuance in terms of the defense, that the town would want to have its own counsel. And so this would provide that the town has the authority, the right to choose their own attorney.
Okay, thank you.
I have a practical example.
Oh, thank you, please.
Katie Westridge. There was a conflict with our existing town attorney where we had to bring in outside counsel to help us through that process. So that would be another case of that is there, if there is a conflict of interest, the town is able to get its own attorney, its own separate attorney to defend the town.
Thank you, Rebecca. Ellen, do you have anything on these two? Great, thank you. Mary?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Judith?
Yep. So if I read this right, this could even be a town employee that brings a slip and fall suit relating to a project. So it's not third-party indemnity. Is there intended to be a limit to a third-party suit?
This is intended for third-party suits against the town.
And is the language derived from precedent we've already used exactly in town, or is it derived from several?
Several other jurisdictions that have similar type of indemnity provisions.
Yeah. And then, so say the Public Records Act is alleging some inappropriate process in the course of handling the project on the town's part. We're still gonna require them to reimburse for the PRA request on that.
So the PRA request, does that results in staff costs to collect documents, sometimes outside document servers or services are required. The intent is to capture reimbursement for hard costs and staff costs related to PRA requests.
Right, but my point here is that the Public Records Act exists for transparency as a public policy, right? Like, let's find out what actually happened what communications actually happened. The balance to me is public transparency and the right of the public to call out into the public sphere what's been going on and process within the town. If we're the source of a problem here, it just seems it could be punitive under some circumstances, if I'm thinking about it right, to, maybe the person as a result of a PRA actually was right. Something was bad with the process. We're now saying that the applicant, regardless of who did what, has to reimburse those hard costs. So I'm just trying to think about the balancing of the policies here. One policy is we're trying to save money and PRAs are expensive versus the transparency. Is that kind of a way of looking at it? Because it's hard to get really nuanced with this.
Yeah, I think that is a good way to look at it. And I think those are good points in terms of policy considerations about whether to move forward with that part of this ordinance. The council might decide that it wants to narrow it to optional reimbursement. Wouldn't require the town to seek reimbursement, but that maybe they're in certain situations. Or, like we discussed with the previous question, if this isn't the direction the council wants to go at this time, that also would be fine, and it could strike this portion of the ordinance.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. I don't have any questions on these. So I'm going to close the council questioning. And is everybody okay if I open it up to the public for questioning and then we take the break after that? Okay, great. All right. So I'd like to open it up for.
And this is a public hearing. So you are opening the public hearing.
Thank you. I am now opening the public hearing. Thank you. And we can start this and then we can exit and use the bathrooms, et cetera.
Yeah, I'd recommend closing the public hearing once you finish with the public comments.
Perfect. Got it. Thank you.
Take a break.
I got the word. Okay. So I'm now opening the public hearing. Thank you. Are there any public comments? So looking in the room, I see a hand. Please come to the microphone. Welcome, Judith.
Thank you. This is comments as well as questions. Is that accurate?
It's comments.
It's comments.
It's not, there's no, yeah.
Very good.
Sorry, that's just the sort of the limits on our powers.
Virtually every application for a new home or major remodel has had an ADU in the last years. And now we may be looking at them all having 2 or 3. Ministerially approved, the town has the right, obviously we've been talking all night, to adopt objective criteria to be applied equally to all applications. Process of creating such standards was started several years ago. Some committees submitted some proposals that were sent to planning department. And then because of everything that went on in town, this all stalled and more or less disappeared. This draft version, as some of you talked about, does not include some of the protective restrictions that we could reasonably place and ministerially apply. So I'm very concerned that this is all being done tonight, that a first reading is being dispensed with instead of the normal usual process which exists for the reason exactly of a little more timely consideration of some of the things that have been brought up tonight. My specific concerns have to do with, no surprise, protecting the native environment here. So trails are one of the things that come up. It seems to me that senior planner said that we could put objective criteria about the distance between the 2 houses. Is there any reason we couldn't put an objective, universally applied restriction that says it has to be a certain distance from a trail? That the 4-foot thing, what if the 4-foot thing in the trail goes like this? Is the 4-foot setback allowed to encroach on a trail? And doesn't that seem like very objective criteria that should be able to be put down? These are existing easements. Does the 4-foot able to sort of violate the easements that we have? So that's one of my concerns that I think needs to be looked at in a little more detail. I think the parking issue, I don't have a specific comment to make, except that obviously if you're writing something that encourages cars to be spilling out on the street, that's enormously contradictory of what we're trying to have the town feel like. The scenic corridor issue is one, it is not really addressed. There are lots in town along the scenic corridor where they have put their address on the street that goes off either Portola or Alpine. That makes their frontage on the scenic corridor their side yard. Are people going to be able to put 2 or 3 ADUs 4 feet from their property line on our scenic corridor? Isn't there not something that's an objective standard that applies to any applicant that we could include there?
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's my main thing. I have grave concerns about adopting this ordinance tonight. I think you need to take the time to deserve at least a second reading and come up with some language to address some of these really important things. The worst thing that happens is we go back to doing what we've been doing for the last year and a half, which is using the state ordinances. We don't have these nice little things we want to add, but we also don't have these other important ones. And that's maybe 1 or 2 houses, 1 or 2 projects. So don't get steamrolled into going fast, because it's hard to fix it if it's not right.
Okay, thank you. I did want to just make one clarification. When we say we're waiving a first reading, that means something very specific. It means we didn't read that entire 50 pages into the record. It doesn't mean we skip. This is basically the first. It will come back to us after this. So there's not a skipping of the first. It's just reading is a very specific, literally, Catherine would sit here and read every word until we were done. And that's when we say we're waiving it. It's not, no, this is, this will come back to us. Yeah.
That, although Craig, just to support the question and ask for clarification, there was the request on the slide said adopt this. So I want to.
Fair enough, but it is coming back. That's why I wanted to clarify. So it will come back to us and likely come back to us as a consent agenda, but it will come back to us.
It comes back for a second reading, but just to make sure folks are clear, the second reading is, like you say, a consent item. And so the substantive discussion does typically take place, at the introduction, the first reading.
Okay, any other hands in the schoolhouse? I don't see any. Any other hands online? Okay, I don't see any. All right. Oh, thank you. One day I'm going to be ahead of her, but okay. Hey, Christy, go ahead, please.
Wow. I'm surprised with that because I really do have a right to talk. And
for sure. No, it was just, I was about to close it. You got your hand up just in time. So thank you.
Okay. All right. I believe this topic should have been a study session and a call out to the whole community to let them know this is really important to our community. And if you only have 10 people here, 10 people out of 4,500 people know about it. So I do think that we should take our time and go slower with this important document. I think the add-ons in the future, description, fees, definitions, education should have been added to this document so we can see it in its entirety. So the town has the right to make objective requirements, parking, height of the ADU, setback, max size. And then I noticed, is it true that the ASCC will be pulled out of the ability to make comments such as light spill, where the windows should be, where it's placed on the parcel? Can you add 300 feet? We want to notice our neighbors in this town because we are polite and we want to do that because we feel it's important. Can you please answer that tonight? Let's see, I understand that the ADU law is ministerial, but I think that's important to still inform and educate. We live in the WUI, which is Wildland Urban Interface, which is, the fire chief said he'll be burning, canyons and Woodside and really trying to clear. So if we live in the WUI, what should we be thinking more of? Is that why houses were further apart in the 9x9 area that we live? Corner parcels, I have heard nothing about corner parcels and what are the guidelines going to be? please discuss patios and if they're allowed outside the ADU. If I build an ADU, I want a patio, not dirt. Did you take ASCC out of the ADU process, light spill, trees, location? It looks like Woodside with ADUs, if they have one bedroom, they are allowed to have one parking place. So I'd like to see that discussed more. I think selling an ADU should be added and put back in. That is of interest. The second sheet, the fees and explanation should be attached as an entire document. And if we have 4-foot side and 4-foot back, but I want to do the setback at the normal, would I get the carrots perks bonus of a higher ceiling or a deck outside the ADU? Looks like that was taken away. And then I'd like to see
So Christy, I'm going to have to ask you to close it out.
PRAs strike that people should pay for them because we feel that we're already paying for them. And if we need something researched, we're not professionals like you. We can't find things like you. We have to ask the clerk to find them for us. So I am really appalled by the fact that you want me to pay per page per PRA. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. All right. Before I close the public hearing, are there any other public comments? All right. I see no one in the schoolhouse. I see no one online. So I'm now going to close the public hearing. And we will take a short adjournment, 5 minutes. Does that work for everybody? And then we'll come back and have discussion. Veronica, you want to start? Thank you. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you. Okay. So before we start, a couple of questions came up that I would like to hear the answers to. Just to capture, we had the trails question, the notification question, and the scenic corridor question. Could you just speak to them briefly?
Yes, so for the trails question in specific, generally those easements for the trails will have a no build condition. Those are enforceable usually through the building permit. I cannot specify as a planner through the zoning code an additional setback from those. I'm restricted to only the 4-foot side and rear. Oftentimes the trails are on what we refer to as the street side or the front setback. So, you know, working with them, we would be able to enforce that at the building permit side as long as that, because that's a private agreement, but I cannot, as a planner, I cannot prescribe additional setbacks beyond that because again, I'm restricted to the 4-foot side and rear, period. It doesn't necessarily take into consideration of the easement. The scenic corridor, very similar, is I can only regulate from property line. The scenic corridor does extend into the property line. We can add it when it affects the front property because that kind of falls under the front setback. Again, that would only apply to the units authorized by our ordinance. If they want a unit under 66232, I can only apply what state allows me to. There is no front setback allowance technically for those units. They could do it at the property line. We encourage people to set back. We can encourage that, but we do not have a mechanism to require it. And again, 66323, or I'm sorry,
66314.
Yes, thank you. Way too many numbers in my head.
Mhm.
That one, yes, we can enforce that as part of the front setback requirement. Kind of tailored to that, if you don't mind the latitude, is the corner lot. The state has clarified they do not recognize a street side. It is a side, period. There is no special caveat when it comes to ADU law for that. So I only, as a planner, I can only look at front, side, rear. So a street side is a side setback for the purposes of ADU law. And they actually clarified that at the beginning of this year in one of their webinars. They reinforced that they do not recognize a street side yard as a separate thing than a side yard.
So I'm not sure. So if you're in a corner lot, is there a front setback?
There's a front, yes, you have
But
a
what
front.
defines the front?
So that would be to our municipal code. Generally, we say the shortest distance that's fronting a street is considered the front.
Okay.
So for the examples of, along, Alpine or even along, Portola, generally if the lot is deep and following Portola and it's short on the side and the main street's right here, that's going to be the front. Everything on Portola would be the side then.
Okay.
And then there was one last question, if you can clarify.
Notification. There was a request. I realize it's not required, but I think the question was, could we provide notification? Like, is that an option for us, or are we not even allowed to do that?
There is no specific provision that allows us the ability to do notification, because the idea is that the ministerial process. There isn't public discussion. There isn't this public input on the item. It is. I'm not aware of any other jurisdictions that are currently doing that. And I don't know personally, there could be a way where we could weave it in there, but it can't be, from my understanding, we can't require it. We can't say, applicant, you're going to pay us to do the notification. That would have to be almost a town cost if we're doing that.
Okay.
And again, these are processed at the building permit. They're not a separate planning permit, which is where we normally trigger notification, is for the planning permit, not a building permit. And so we would also have to double check building code if that's even allowed there.
Okay, great. All right. Well, I just want to capture those sort of questions that we kind of got from the public.
Somebody triggered one last question for me, which I think is going to be helpful. The objective standards. So say we were to pass this or agree that something should move forward tonight. I heard you say no objective standard, like don't build in a reference to objective standards because HCD will want to see them tonight. And we don't have them or tomorrow, don't have them yet, but there's nothing to preclude us from developing those, as soon as it's practical. I want your thoughts, and then that'll be enough for me.
Yes. And so in kind of how I responded to Councilmember Flynn is, when those get developed, we can add them in. That is the easy part of that. But I also know, Sarah, there's some other projects that are coming that could be wrapped into and addressed that way.
Yeah, so and this is also in response to the public comment and some questions we've received throughout the process. So our goal with this code update is to make sure we're compliant with state law. We currently aren't. And our goal was to do the minimum we could to make sure we're getting into compliance. It doesn't say we can't do that in the future, is go above and beyond and study, other objective standards and other things that have been brought up tonight. But right now, it really is looking at what can we do to, move this forward to come to compliance with state law. And then Brandon did point out some of those few moments where there is a little bit of discretion or open-endedness. I know you mentioned the parking, the square foot size. So there's a few moments where there is some discretion for discussion. Planning Commission did have discussion on some of those things. That was incorporated into the amendments that are there before you tonight. So that's where I just want to call that out. We're looking at how can we come into compliance with state law. We were not given direction to study a lot of these other things, and I would probably, not recommend deciding tonight other requirements that probably do need further study. They probably do need input from the community. We need to have further discussion on those. So that was not our intent tonight, but I think there is definitely an opportunity. I think there's a desire and a need to look at other code updates, maybe holistically within our code, or also updates that can apply to ADUs in general. So I am cognizant of that. And I feel like that is a desire from the community. We've heard from town council members from our priority setting session. We think there is a need to update our objective design standards. But to clarify, that is not being proposed tonight. So it doesn't mean that that's not a priority in the future for other updates down the road. But right now, we're really just coming into state compliance.
Thank you, Sarah. Brandon, could you do me a favor? Can you bring your slides back up and go to that last slide? Because as we go into discussion, I want to focus it on, this is what we have to decide tonight, just so that we don't get too far afield.
Can I ask a question while he's doing that? Yes, we can go back and do them over, but is that going to trigger a whole bunch of HCD attention if we do an ordinance? I mean, in other words, once we get it passed through HCD and then we come back and say, well, we want to add something about the character of the town and all those wonderful things and fences and whatever it might be, Is that going to be reviewed by HCD and are they going to give us a hard time?
Any amendment to our ADU ordinance needs to be reviewed by HCD. So yes, so if we do come back later and add in those objective standards to the ordinance, we would have to route that to HCD. However, HCD most likely will just look at what we're proposing as that part of the amendment. They won't necessarily reopen it unless they find, hey, we updated state law again, and now this provision's out of compliance. But we're planning on doing yearly updates anyways per our housing element, because that has been what's happening is the state's changing the requirements every year. We should know probably by July if there are any serious bills that we need to start planning for next year, and we can kind of start prepping for that. And then as part of the other discussions, like Sarah said, and kind of the priority setting from the council, we can maybe invest and look into those other kind of caveats if we want to go slightly above and beyond. The objective standards that we have in there now were the minimum that we have, or the ones that we had existing that we could still apply. And so that was the intent.
Thank you.
Could I ask a quick question on timing and for these options?
Sure.
So if it were to get approved today or whatever, I'm not sure which one. Introduce ordinance as proposed or with revisions or whatever. Say it's with revisions. What's the next step? You said it would come back as a consent agenda item. What would be the timing on that?
Yeah, so it would come back as a second reading, which generally we try to schedule at the next council meeting. So that would be on your agenda, then on your consent item as a second reading. And really, it's also going to depend on how specific the revisions are and what's kind of the timeline. Because staff will need to go in and type those in for you to make sure it's included in the ordinance. So if it's not the next meeting, it might be the following meeting, just depending on the scope of the revisions. We're hoping to keep those as minimal as possible or as straightforward as possible so we can turn it around quicker.
Thank you. All right. So the reason I asked Brandon to bring up this slide is obviously we're going to go into discussion, but I would like to focus the discussion around this list. Like, where do you stand on this list? If you're as proposed, great. If you're with revisions, then what revisions are you proposing? Or are we trying to, not enter, like you're just, this is the wrong thing to do, period. Let's just default to the state. Or finally, do we continue this and give staff direction and then come back again? And I think, and Catherine, you need to help me here. If we continue this item, we still need to keep any revisions fairly small, don't we? Or we risk going back and having to have another public hearing. Is that correct?
Well, the last option is actually another public hearing. So you
is
would
that
be-
effectively what it is?
That is effectively what. So you would actually continue the public hearing. And if you continue it to a date certain, then you don't need to do the renoticing. But depending on the, extent of the requests and the changes, or the direction, it probably wouldn't be the very next council meeting, but might, need to be, depending on the town manager suggests, a future meeting, June, July, that kind of thing.
Right. I think the question I was trying to ask is, if we continued it and we wanted to make substantial changes, can we do that as part of a continuation? Or at some point, have you made so many changes that it's not a continuation anymore? Because it's already gone to the planning commission. Like, when would it have to go back to the planning to come back from us? Like, when do we sort of, like right now, what you have here in this one, these are fairly small. I'm comfortable that these don't go back to the planning commission. But if we made major changes, when would we have to, sort of recycle this or, circle back around?
Yeah, substantive changes that have not been considered by the planning commission do need to go back to the planning commission.
Okay.
Now, the planning commission considered, all of these options, including repealing and just going with state law. That was actually part of their discussion. But if and I'm struggling to think of an example of something they didn't consider, because they actually had quite an extensive conversation. But yeah, in theory, there could be a situation where you need to go back to them.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that, why don't we start the discussion? Rebecca, Judith, you want to go first? Great, sure, please.
All right.
I'm gonna go with number 2. I dislike all of these state-imposed AD restrictions. They're well-intended. They don't fit us. I've struggled with this for like 15 years. So with that caveat, I want to thank the Planning Commission for giving a lot of focus and feedback on it. They are a body that is meaningful to the town, and they, are very thoughtful. So in general, I was pretty good with where this came out overall. I do want to remind people that, we do have, this isn't a one-shot thing in the way I look at it, at least. I think, the near-term objective, because it's important, ADUs are just going to be part of our evolving set of ordinances for the foreseeable future every year, as you said. So from my perspective, what are we really trying to do here? And for me, I do want to get compliant with state law. We don't need extra hurdles in getting compliant with whenever HCD does get back to us. I want to make sure that this is something we're managing and managing well. And I don't want tonight, I would suggest that people try not to get, the enemy of the good is perfect, let's.
Perfect is the enemy of the good.
Yeah, whatever. I've been up a long time today. Sorry about that. And thank you. But I think that's really important for me in framing it, because there is so much that I would want to try to do. Most of it's been raised by the Planning Commission and my fellow council members. But overall, I think I think we are we need to keep it simple. Adding, as I'm not the lawyer on this, but one of my principles is add nothing that you haven't pressure tested for the implications into an ordinance. You really need to think of multiple different ways it could be looked at, interpreted, and used for and against you. So I tend to want to hone it down and not have directional guidance on intent, for example. That's just something I'm going to be particular about. In terms of the guidelines, super important to get objective guidelines. I mean, I can't understate the importance of that, because pending projects coming through, the public's concerned, the applicants are probably confused. It's not good to have them hanging out there. I take your point on there's going to be a moment when it's feasible, and it's not right now. So I get that. The only area where I do have issue is the indemnity. And I would not charge for the PRA. It's a sad fact of the matter. They are over expensive. They can be abused. But I personally think the policy of transparency is really important. And we shouldn't be punishing good faith actors and requests by assuming nefarious intent. So I would not include the PRA request in there, even though I acknowledge it's a problem. It can be abused, and it has been, overused. Then in terms of the lack of an exception for negligence and bad acts, I don't know where in the spectrum professional malfeasance falls, but I am worried about that. I don't think it's fair for applicants to have to indemnify us for a bad process, bad acts. So that is very important to me. I think when we're in good faith processing an application and things just fall apart and we're caught in the middle, that's one thing we should be indemnified for. But if it's frankly our inability to get things right, that shouldn't be something an applicant passes on to us. We always have the ability not to ask for it if that becomes an issue. But again, this is going to be what applicants coming to Portola Valley initially getting to know us are going to see. And I think if it's like an overbroad ask, it's not going to go well. So I would want the PRA out. I would want an exception for negligence, recklessness. I would ask you to think about what the level there would be. Thank you for all the work and the explanations. And I guess the last point I have is, honestly, it's simply not fair to ask the council members to process lengthy, very detailed anything the day of. It just isn't fair. So I would ask us in the longer term, when we're not like tired and our eyes aren't blurry, to try and think, are there process improvements that we can make to avoid that? Because I really take this very seriously. I want to read everything, but it can become overwhelming when it's quite so technical. So that's a request. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. Anybody want to go next? Rebecca, I know you've thought about this.
So I'm between number 2 and number 4. It's a very difficult decision, to be honest. I feel like there's a ton of stuff that just could use improvements, and I'm cognizant of Judith's comment of perfect's the enemy of the good. I understand some of the implications of not at least getting our 3 objective requirements that are in here into action immediately. I think that's kind of important. If we do go with 2, I would want to have the 850-1,000 limit for maximum size instead of 1,200, since we don't seem to have any ability to actually manage setbacks. In terms of the parking issue, I get very much, the consequences you said of requiring parking in a situation where someone would have to do massive groundworks. In the absence of being able to have some type of verbiage where we define which parking is actually required, I wouldn't want to have it a blanket. A parking space is required, given that somebody could then, do a massive project that then doesn't require ASCC approval. So I don't know if there's some sort of language that would say a parking space is required in your driveway or in an existing driveway or something like that. If something kind of really tight sort of thing was possible, then, I think I would want to have parking, if it's possible to have, a parking place is required on your driveway or on your site. I don't know if it's feasible without major earthworks or something. I don't know. I did want to touch base back with Helen's concern with the Cal Housing Defense Fund, back on this undergrounding thing, because reading it does say that 66323 are not required to install a new or separate utility connection directly between the unit and the utility, unless, I think it says, unless the unit was constructed with a new single-family dwelling. So if that is a situation, my understanding is that then we cannot require them to be underground. So I feel that we need to just have a little caveat there under the section 5, when you have when a new or separate utility connection directly between the ADU and the utility proposed may not be the perfect word there, but the utility connection shall be placed underground, consistent 18 unless it's a 66323 unit. I mean, I think, to me, I think that has to go in there if we're not allowed, if we're required, there's one situation where we're required to, an ADU is required to have this separate connection, we cannot require it to be underground for a 66323. So I think I would recommend that you take a look a little bit at that, and that one needs to be resolved by the time this were to come back to us. I did want to address the comment of the legal authority of the HCD handbook. I did go through it again yesterday, and I went and highlighted all the things that I consider to be incorrect in there. So as you said, what do you do when the information is flat out wrong? But somehow the state government has given HCD the authority to kind of determine how they interpret the law, which is very generous.
Rebecca, can I just ask a quick question? Is this handbook something that HCD's approved? Like, is this their handbook? Okay, so it is.
Yes,
Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you. Keep going. All right.
Let's see, where was I? Of course, I'm just so concerned about, we have nothing in this ordinance that really discourages people from putting ADUs at 4 feet from the property line. I mean, we have one little statement saying, we encourage you to follow base zoning. And it doesn't seem like we can put anything in here really that they were totally limited by the way they're interpreting that D7 for everything, even though they say right up front that we have the right to determine setbacks, which to me are defined as not between buildings, but from the street or from the side, but that they've chosen to define that as 4 feet, which is really unfortunate because, it makes no sense in our area. I mean, those are my main change requests, I guess, but I can't, I don't know whether I would rather just continue it. I don't right this minute in my head. I'd rather hear some more feedback, whether you make those changes.
I think we got your input, and then after everybody's done,
I wanted
we
to
can come
talk
back.
about the indemnification. I do agree with Judith about the PRAs and putting a little bit more boundaries on the the malfeasance. Yes. So coming up with some just gentle verbiage that would at least give, applicants something of protection. So,
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Helen?
Thanks. So first, I really appreciate everyone's questions and work on this effort. The new housing laws are head spinning, right? We know that. Don't worry, Scott Wiener is running for Congress, might slow down. So I looked up when the 4-foot setback law was passed, and it was actually passed in 2020, so some of us probably didn't notice. And respectfully, the town is still very, the town has been allowing these 4-foot setbacks because it's been state law, right?
That's correct, yes.
Right. So, and we're still very rural feeling, still the rural town feeling that we love. I haven't noticed much difference, right? I think we have too many parking lots along our scenic corridor, but they're not ADUs, right? So what I'm also seeing is 800 square foot ADUs being built. You okay? Okay. 800 square feet being built and then signed off and then illegally expanded, which really worries me, right? And I've seen that numerous times. And lastly, because of the way our code is, people can then build a garage as much maximum square footage is left in their lot, which shows that we are caring more about garages and cars than people. And that worries me.
So could you explain that comment a little bit?
Sure. So let's say I'll use my own parcel. I have 6,000 square feet maximum. My mom's house is 3,000 square feet, right? I could have built a garage with the other 3,000 square feet, right? But I could only build an ADU up to 1,200 square feet.
But you could build 3 of it.
Now it's changed, right? But before, and it still is this way, that you can use your square feet for a garage, but not for an ADU. That was, now with 3 of them, right? So our emphasis, which environmentally too, is to build these really big houses, when environmentally it's better if you have smaller houses with less, right? And we're trying to stay rural, and I get it, but we also really need to think about environmentally our impact, because smaller houses use less water, less gas, less electricity, right? So by allowing people to have these smaller options and giving more personal property rights too, right, to allow these ADUs some more flexibility, I think is important. So, so I just needed to bring some of those points up. So that's why I would continue to push for up to 1,500 square feet. That would be my personal preference. I also would like the height to be the base zoning, because I think the height situation is confusing,
So clarifying
yeah,
question.
absolutely.
For the height, we have both the detached accessory dwelling unit and then the attached. Are you wanting both set to the base zoning setback height, or are you wanting just the attached? Because that is a little bit different, right?
Right. By attached, those are generally the JADUs, or is that is attached not necessarily JADU?
Attached is not necessarily. So JADU is conversion of existing space. So it's already built, right?
Right.
So
Okay.
it is going to be an attached ADU. Under state law is the base zoning setback or base zoning district's height, or 25 feet, whichever is less. I think in most of our districts, we're more than 25 feet. So I guess that's kind of the question. For detached, you get 16 or 18, depending on certain situations, and you can go up to 20 if you hit those other things. So, and I guess that's the question. Do you also want the detached up to possibly 28 feet? Kind of, what is that discussion?
Right. Okay. So, and maybe, I just want the height to be as simple as possible. So that, and I will let staff or I'd love other, I just want it to be simpler for people to understand it when they look at our code, to have as much flexibility as possible. That's my goal. I personally would include the zone 0. It's in the pipeline. It's going to be state law soon. So, I want the utilities to be noted that the town doesn't have jurisdiction. And for safety reasons and to allow more flexibility, I would have requests that 2 lights at the front door should be allowed instead of forcing people, because they still have to be dark sky lights, excuse me. I would have them, the 2, so that people do not have to go with their ADUs to the ASCC over a light fixture. So I know trying to get my mom into my ADU was really hard because of the lack of light. So I would respectfully request 2 lights at the front door. Okay. Thank you for your consideration. Oh, wait, and that 1,500 square feet, I would go, I also heard my colleague, Councilmember Flynn. I definitely would allow it for larger, for 3.5 acres, because that was what our previous code, so I would match that. And if my other colleagues would consider 1,500, I doubt they would, but I definitely would do the 1,200 square feet. So, thank you.
Thank you, Helen.
Did you pick 1, 2, 3, 4?
2, thank you.
Mary?
Geez. Okay, no problem. I'm picking 2. The problem is that specific revisions part. I liked your indemnification additions, Judith. That sounded right to me. I did have a legal question, which is, I thought gross negligence always trumped. I thought if you were grossly negligent, nothing works. Malpractice, nothing works. You're just grossly negligent. Can't blame it on somebody else.
So there's a typical term that's included in a lot of contractual language. I have not seen it in code language before, but I think we could go ahead and put it in there because, as you say, the town would not be able to
get out of it.
Get out of it, get the indemnification if they had been grossly negligent. So I don't think it actually, hurts the town to put it in there.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a difference. In your opinion?
No.
So we could take it out too, because I thought we already took it out.
It's not currently there.
It's not currently there.
Well, let me clarify. I said bad acts. I wasn't trying to draft, and I wasn't thinking gross negligence was everything, right? Because if we really screw up, gross negligence is a very high standard. So I think if you want applicants to feel like we're being fair, it's got to look like not gross negligence, but something less. That's where I was coming from if I wasn't clear.
Thank you. So, Mary?
Okay, specific revisions. I think we should go ahead and ask for that extra parking space. And I was actually with the 850, 1,000. I don't mean to be jumping on the, I do know people who tried to build these and have been very frustrated by trying to stay under that. And I do find it difficult to understand the line of where the strategy is working against us and working for us. So I'm happy to go along with further discussion on this, so we can get this, so we can go ahead and make this part of the motion. So I'm not helping very much.
Craig, could I just voluntarily list the open points that I've heard? And I'm going to only get some of them because it might help Mary kind of see if she wants to weigh in on others. Because
Well, I tell you what, why don't you let me do that?
Yeah,
you think
that's
that would
fine.
help her? So
I think it would help to.
Okay.
You're going to go
Make
ahead
sure
and do
everyone
your,
Well, yeah, I was going
Go
to as
ahead.
well, but no, I mean, so I think what Judith is asking is the things that are on the table right now is there's a question of whether we remove the PRA being charged back to the applicant. There's a question about whether we find some way to craft the town negligence so that the applicant's not responsible for town negligence, not necessarily gross negligence, but some kind of negligence. Rebecca's suggested 850 slash 1,000 and the parking, and then had a question about whether we could require undergrounding. Helen is requesting 1,500 and a height, which is the base zone. Utilities, which is, as I understood it, just listing that there's electrical and water, et cetera, not specific utilities, and 2 lights. And then you were saying that you want to stay with the 850, 1,000 and the parking. So I think that's the summary that I've gotten so far.
Could I add education fees?
Sure.
I don't even know what education.
Okay.
Do you mean, I'm sorry, do you mean the impact fees for the education fees? But they're.
And could I ask, I mean, so Brandon, could you speak to what is this education fees thing?
Yeah, it's just the authorizing language that establishes the thresholds for when education fees can be applied that are applied by the school district. And I'm pulling up, Catherine, what section did you say it was again? I'm trying to pull up the exact language.
663.
Except So that is for at 500 square feet, which is generally a studio, the size of a studio. And most studios, like respectfully, folks that live in studios don't usually have kids around here.
So my understanding of the request is to do similar like we're doing for the utilities, where we're just saying you need to follow it. Even though that's definitely something, an easy provision we can just add in. We'll just give the exact citation as it's written in the government code.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be comprehensive so that all the utilities, every organization that they have to deal with is at least acknowledged.
How about the double light on the, do you get that down there?
I did. I mentioned.
Oh,
two
good.
lights.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but now it's back to you. Do you have anything else you want to add to your?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Okay.
Didn't we say something? Didn't we throw something in there about trails? We weren't able to throw anything in about trails.
No, if there's a trail easement, you can't build on it, but we can't require setbacks off of that trail easement. That was the conclusion.
Jesus.
Adds from those earlier questions would be the scenic corridor is saying that that's part of the front setback when it applies.
Yeah.
But again, it's still that caveat that we can't restrict a unit to under 800 square feet. So we could add that caveat in. Because the scenic corridor is what, 75?
Yeah.
Correct?
Yep.
So we could request that as part of the front setback discussion. But again, that would only apply to the units authorized under our ordinance. So that's the up to 1,200 as currently proposed. It wouldn't apply to the state exempt unit.
Right.
How about conservation easements?
That one is a unique one. And I would have to default to Catherine on how the state law plays with that, because there is not really discussion in the ordinance of that, or in state law of that.
Nice.
Generally, well, go ahead, Catherine.
Well, I would try to say this trail easement, it would likely include a no build provision in the conservation.
Oh,
easement.
yeah, it sure does.
Okay. And I think, Catherine, this is where we need to do more research, is state law does prohibit any outright restrictions that would never allow an ADU. So if for an example, if the conservation easement cuts full site, that could be an issue because we can't facilitate an ADU, the state exempt ones. So that might be an example, but I would have to default and we would have to read into state law more on that.
Okay, thank you. So I guess where I come down on this is I would prefer the PRA stay in, but we use may so that there's some discretion, because I think there can be, if the applicant's doing crazy stuff and they're driving their neighbors wild, I'm pretty happy to have them pay for it. On the other hand, I think it's reasonable that the town can say, or the council, that, look, this really isn't their fault and we really should cover it. So I actually prefer the may versus removing it. The negligence, I will leave that to the lawyers. I appreciate Judith's point, so I'm generally okay with it. I just don't want the language to get too complicated. I want it to be something people can read, but I get that. I would go with 1,200. And I say that because we had, back when I was on the planning commission, we had a long discussion about making these units large enough so that somebody could move out of their big residence and move into the small one, which is actually why we originally provided the 1,500. But given all this ministerial stuff, I'm a little uncomfortable because before we had some more jurisdiction over what they did and the setbacks and stuff we don't have anymore. So, but I would still go with 1,200 since that was recommended by the planning commission. I would leave the parking not required. I think we're making it too complicated. And I don't know if we're going to get the weird case where somebody wants to grade, plow something up the hill. But it doesn't seem like it affects enough places. Because most of these, we have no choice anyway. If people want to park in the street, there's a bunch of them. We have zero ability to control that anyway. So now we're down to, maybe we can have this for one in the next 10 years. I guess I don't care. I'd keep it simple. So I wouldn't go for the parking. The undergrounding, I'm neutral. I don't understand really what the issue here. This sounds like this is an interpretation of law. I certainly don't want to get sued. So if we think there's a high likelihood of being sued, then maybe we should reconsider. But generally, I'd leave it as is. The educational fees, if we can put in something short along with utilities, just saying that, by the way, there are fees and here are some of them. I just don't want to get into enumerating exactly what all the fees are and who might charge them and how they charge them. That seems like the wrong thing for the ordinance. So that's where I stand on that one. The lights, I'm a night sky guy. I'm not a fan. I'd like to find other ways to solve the lights. So I don't think I would go for that. So I think that covers what my fellow council members have brought up. Oh, and then there's the scenic setback that you just mentioned. Now, I would actually go for that. I think that that's worth putting in. Like, we value that scenic corridor, and I get it's not perfect. It's not a perfect solution, but it's better than leaving it wide open. So I think that's an incremental value. And then overall, I would say thank you. I mean, this has been a great presentation. I know it's super long and it's super late, but you guys have provided a huge amount of detail. So thank you. And I would really look forward to an applicant handout and these objective standards. And I know they're not going to happen tomorrow. I get all that, but I think those are what's going to lock this in and make it so it's back to being what we think we as Portola Valley value. So that's going to be key. So with all that said, I'm going to make a proposal and then push back, depending on how strongly you feel, just to try to get these things blended together. I would recommend the May and the PRA. And again, I'm open. This is for discussion. I'm just trying to put a straw horse out there. So we do a May, we do the town negligence, which is going to need some language. I would go for 1,200. I would go for no parking. Right now, I'm not going to go with this Cal housing. I would go with this utilities / education being somehow lightly listed. And 1,500, and then the scenic corridor. And I think that captures what I
Ask a question to
Yeah.
Catherine.
Yeah,
Is
that's-
it possible, once you guys have a discussion on this, that they table the item so that we can quickly write the language that they're specifically asking?
Yeah.
You can go on to your next item and then untable us, and then we can give you that specific language that you're looking for. Because I do think it might take a few moments for us to write it all out. for
Yeah,
you.
thank you. And I was going to get back to that. Like,
Okay.
if we, I mean, the first thing is for the council to see if we can come to a conclusion on a single thing. Otherwise, you guys will have no direction. And then Catherine, the next question is, if we basically table this, to use a light word here, and then go on to the next item and come back to this to finish up, does that seem reasonable?
I think so, although I want to be part of the next item. And so we could take a break. Or if you wanted to perhaps do the end of the agenda, the council liaison reports, if you want to keep moving on that. I don't think I'm needed there.
Right.
But I do want to be part of the next item. So
Sure. Yeah. And I know you need to be part of some of the next items. So, okay. All right. So let's go back to this. So I've tried to put something on the table. Is this close enough to let us move forward for tonight, or did people strongly object to this?
I need the Cal housing situation resolved, because if that's not to code, that absolutely has to be corrected. So whatever time you need to actually read through that, that absolutely needs to be resolved, because we cannot require undergrounding for 66323. So if there's language required to change in there, simple, then it absolutely has to be.
If, that is the direction, I think that's easy. We can just add in, except for units that are created per government code section 66323. So that is a pretty easy edit for staff, if that is the majority direction.
So Rebecca, would that be good enough? Would we just added that exception? Okay.
And then just to clarify on the zone 0 situation, does that mean the setback would be 5 feet? Is that where you're thinking that's going to go? Or would that be a building code thing? If we had, you had said, Helen, you had talked about a zone 0.
Oh, no, that's for around, the zone 0 is for around the ADUs.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if it's 4 feet from a wooden fence. at the property line, what happens then with?
So can I suggest that we not include that in zoning? It's part of the fire vegetation already. So we've already said it's going to get trumped by them. So I think that was Brandon's whole point is let's not put things in the zoning that are building and fire restrictions. And this is a fire restriction.
Okay, that's
So,
fine.
Yeah, okay. So,
I mean,
okay, so I've got your undergrounding exception and Brandon thinks he can do that.
in terms, and then do we have, I mean, when you say you're a dark sky person, recognize that the front lights, we still are required to do dark sky lighting.
I
right?
understand, but 2 lights is.
It's like on either side of the door.
Would you have the lumens in each one? I mean, because it gets about, to me, it's about lumens at the end of the day. So.
You could, if I may.
Yeah,
there
please.
is- For example, garages, we do allow 2, but there's a restriction on maximum lumens of those 2 lights combined. If the council's interested in that, we could add that as a same standard for front doors for ADUs, if that's what you're thinking.
Right, but do we have a lumen standard for?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I mean,
Yeah,
would that be,
I'm fine
okay,
with that.
I.
And the reality is the ASCC has approved every single one of those for the past, well, the entire year and a half or whatever I was
And-
on.
Did they do lumen?
Okay, all right, so I added that.
Yeah.
Judith, how are you on this? I'm just trying to get us to resolution. I know it's not exactly what you asked for, but
Yeah, well, you might prefer to bifurcate on the indemnity. I'm still not there. So you could do what the planning commission did and I can just vote against that. The 1,200 versus 1,000, I get you're generally, in the range. I had started down the route of agreeing with the 850 to 1,000, to be honest, because so little is in our control and the size of the buildings 4 feet up is a different skeptic. So if other members were, on board with 1,000, I would go there. But that's, I'm flexible on that. I'm okay with the scenic setback, no parking required, whatever the exception for undergrounding is. So, I'm largely there. Let me know if I missed anything.
all right.
So
great.
we're not, no parking?
That's the proposal. I just said it's on the margin and I was willing to keep it simple to move us along tonight. So I would like to ask the question, if we went with the 850, 1,000, do any of the, because isn't that state requirement at that point? Like, do we still get our objective standards and the AMFA? Okay,
It's just, yes, you still get that for the units authorized by ours.
okay,
It's just, you're closer to the 800 limit.
right.
Is where we have to start waiting.
Which is the 3, yeah, got it. Okay, so where do people stand? I mean, I made a proposal of 12.
I am fine with 1,200.
Okay, so you're good with 12. I'm good with 12.
And that's,
Can I just ask about the 1,200? If we didn't have it and we were 1,850 and someone wanted a 1,200, do they have any recourse to request it? Can they go through ASCC? Can they come to the town? I mean, is there any other recourse?
How the state has the state law worded is that ADUs have to be processed municipally and with a 4-foot side and rear. So, and this is where, we've had the conversation of, well, if we can go up to 1,500 with the increased setback, but you gotta go through ASCC. The state said, no, if it's an ADU, it's a ministerial process, period. They could technically apply maybe under SB 9 for something slightly larger than that because SB 9 defaults again back to AMFA, but without necessarily the same size limitations that we have. So that could be a mechanism.
SB9?
So you might want to use your mic. Got no worries.
Do they have do SB9s have setbacks?
They have, it's been amended to setbacks as ADUs. So it's the 4-foot side and rear. We can still talk.
So, right.
It's another way to get ADUs, and it's funny because SB 9 actually says it almost says you can't do the 5 units for ADUs because it limits it to maximum 4. So if they did that, they would actually only get 4 units. If you do an SB 9, you can only ever have 4 units. You don't get the allowance for the 5 technically under ADU law.
Okay,
So that, therefore you're encouraging SB 9 lot splits.
That's the
So
point.
and remember, SB 9
Potentially.
has 2 provisions. You don't have to do a lot split.
Okay.
So the first provision is you can have up to 4 units in any configuration on an existing lot That could be 2 SB9, 2 ADUs, or all SB9. And then you have the option to also do the lot split. So those are not mutually exclusive.
Thank you for that update.
Okay, so we got the 1,200 on the table. I've got two people that are okay with it. What I'm asking is, with the rest of you, I realize that you might not, and it sounds like there's three of you. And if you tell me that the three of you are not going to go for 1,200, I will change it to 850, 1,000. I'm just looking for something that we can all then vote on and give, I mean, let them go right up the changes and then we can vote on. So where do you guys stand? Are you willing to go for 1,200 or you want to stand firm at the 1,000?
Is this an auction?
No, this is just a pressure campaign to decide.
To be clear, the planning commission ended at 1,000.
No,
No,
20, they,
The 1,200 that's in the order.
I thought they said for you to go back and do something in the middle. I remember that.
So originally, when we went up to the commission under the study session, we proposed the 1,100 or the 1,000 and 850. The ASCC, or I'm sorry, the planning commission had the conversation because they brought up the 1,500.
Right.
So that's where the in the middle, and then that's when we came back with 1,200 and they agreed.
They agreed with that. Okay.
I'd say they provided direction to, because there was interest to go above 1,000. So the direction was to study that, look at what comes closer to compliance with state law. And that's where we came back with the 1,200.
And that's why I proposed it,
Yeah.
is because I heard it from PC. So, but
I
again,
just heard different
Yep.
things, different times. Well, give me a good argument for 1,000. What's the best argument?
Well, it all comes down to that forfeit, that interpretation in the booklet that says that, we have no control over setbacks. So I'm not against 1,200 or 1,500 because, I mean, if it wasn't at 4 feet, that's where my big concern is. So, and we can't put that, restriction in there. So,
They just go for an SB9 anyway, so.
but they
Yeah.
seem to also have the 4 foot now with SB9. So
It-
I guess,
Yeah, is
so to
it
speak.
beneficial? Is it that beneficial is the question. And back when we were on the planning commission, we tried to the 4 foot, I remember passing, and then we were trying to give carrots to
mhm.
put it
Yep.
back more, but those aren't allowed anymore,
Exactly.
from what I understand. So,
I mean, I think we've had the law for 4 years. We haven't had 1,200 square foot homes. I mean, have we had anything right at 4 feet in a larger lot, not in the,
Looking and remembering the report that we did for the housing element, I think we had one 1,200 square foot unit within the last 3 years.
Mhm.
And that was only one. And I don't remember the setback. I don't remember all of that. And was that yours, Helen?
So that's mine. And I had a 25-foot setback.
Great.
So, and my neighbors hate me
Yeah. well,
because of it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a different, yeah.
Best to work with the applicants to encourage the largers. It's just when they submit and propose the 4, we can't say no. So, staff is working with people to try to encourage it. And we're doing the best that we can, but if they propose it at 4, we just have to accept it, sadly.
Yeah. I mean, again, the argument I'm making for the 12 is that if we want people to build a reasonable residence, when I talk to architects, this is the number they said, at 1,200, you can get a reasonable place. And, if our worry is it's a 4 foot setback, another 200 feet in terms of its impact is not that much. I mean, you've already got 1,000 foot of impact. The next 200, I think, in terms of impact being that close, as much as I hate it as well. So I think what we're hoping is that they're not going to take advantage of, I'm going to build it as close to the edge as I can, but we can't control it. So-
At 1,200, in what I've seen in other jurisdictions, you can get a reasonably sized 2 to 3 bedroom.
Yeah, exactly.
Really what is coming in at that size. Otherwise, it's usually a 1 or 2 bedroom. That's usually under the map, mostly 1.
I'm okay with.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then I'm take to this point, I'd like to split these two pieces. We can do that, right? Between the PRA and the indemnification and, right, in terms of votes. So then on the ADU, we've got 1,200 utilities, education fee, just some light thing, the scenic corridor, the undergrounding exception, and the 2 lights with a lumen limit. Am I missing anything? Okay, so I think that's the marching directions, and then going to the indemnification as a separate, no, just as a separate one, I was proposing May and some sort of language that Catherine can come up with to deal with town negligence. And we're separating this because Judith may vote against the May, but
I will, because, and just for the record, if you have a may and an ordinance, it's, what do I do with that? Like, who's going to be the decider for when it gets applied? Once you start distinguishing between one situation and another, you're at real risk of being perceived as having a grudge against somebody, recalling how the PRAs came up. So I think it's got to be, it's got to be out, is where I'm coming from. I don't like the fact that it can be subject to abuse, but there's a lot of pieces of, you know, the town that well, you can't dictate good faith use of tools. It's just part of what we have to make available for transparency from my point of view. So that's it.
Yeah.
Could we put a limit? You're responsible for the first 10?
10,000, I think is what she's saying.
No. First 10.
The
First 10 PRA requests.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot of PRA requests, but yeah.
Related to your application. Yeah.
And I guess my thinking, Judith, was that the council would have the authority to decide the May, and that the public would have the ability to influence the council on whether we put that on the applicant and or the town took it on, which is, I mean, that was what I was thinking that the May would get.
Yeah, I just think both seeing the public reaction to past PRAs, if you thought they were worth it or not, it was very polarizing. And I don't think that's a good thing to set up. And then the other is the applicant might not have done anything wrong at all, and yet their project is a lightning rod because someone wants to make it a big deal. All of a sudden, that applicant has to now fund what could be a ridiculous amount of PRA. So I think it has the ability to be very unfair and political. So anyway, you heard me.
I appreciate your point.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm persuaded enough that if other people wanted to remove it, I could go along with that. How's that? So, okay, well, so you're saying get rid of PRA, like the town's just going to pay for it. Like, okay. And Helen, where do you come out? Okay, so neutral, Rebecca? Okay, then let's just assume. Okay, so, all right. If we do that and we get this town, can we just vote on this as one thing instead of splitting it into two? I mean, is that what you were gonna not vote against? Okay, then I think we've got one thing we can work on. Great, thank you, everybody. So the next step is what's the proper word here for tabling?
Well, do you want to take a break, or do you want to, I think table actually would be the proper word, to table this item while the council proceeds with other business?
Yeah, I guess what I was hoping is we could go to the subcommittee liaison committee and regional agent reports, for instance, and just get that done while you guys are working, because you don't need to be part of that.
Yes.
And then the charter, obviously, you do need your front and center on that. So I guess that's what I'm asking. Can we move to 8 and come back to A?
Yes, you may.
Okay, great.
Can I ask one clarifying question about the indemnification before we table? So I heard from Councilor Haskell that her preference would be not to use gross negligence, which is a term that we oftentimes use in our contracts. But again, this is not typical to have that exception in the code. And so I just want to make sure it's tight. And so we don't get into an argument with the applicant that they're not going to indemnify us because you were negligent. And so I guess I would recommend either gross negligence or willful misconduct, or at least sole negligence or willful misconduct.
What is sole?
Sole negligence. That would be basically, it's solely the town's fault.
So,
Oh, so you're
instead of gross negligence, I'm wary of.
I think
of-
it's solely to the extent arising out of, except to the extent so arising solely out of the town's negligence. Is
Yeah,
that
I
what
was,
you're
that
thinking?
would work. I was
Yeah.
looking at, except to the extent such claim arises out of the sole negligence or willful misconduct of the town.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Perfect. Okay.
thanks. We'll take a break, or we'll table this item and we'll be back.
Okay, so you guys are going to just go sort of sit in the back and work together? All right, great. Thank you very much, guys. I counsel and everybody for working through a very complicated issue. All right, so with that, we're going to table 7A. We're going to skip 7B for right now, and we're going to go directly to 8. So are there, in addition to the written reports, are there any verbal reports? I have one. Anybody else?
I
Helen?
have one as well.
Okay. Mary, okay, great. All right. Helen, go ahead.
So, Vice Mayor and I actually did work on a colleague's memo, and I pulled it right before on the Connect Bay Area transportation measure that will be on the ballot in November. I was hoping that Portola Valley could potentially get some funding from it. And that was what the colleagues memo was looking at. In a meeting with Samtrans that I had on Friday morning, right before it was due to go, before it became quite clear to me that Portola Valley is not going to be eligible because of our lack of public transportation. And 63% of Connect Bay Area dollars goes to operations, right? For example. So, the town, we're not going to be able to fill potholes, but we will get cleaner, we would get indirect benefits like cleaner air, trains to the Giants games, less congestion on the road. So, but I did not do a colleague's memo because the colleague's memo would have been pointless. So, and the Vice Mayor and I did write a colleague's memo, but the last minute, I frantically emailed Veronica and Darcy, like, please do not, please pull it off the agenda. So that's the update on Connect Bay Area.
Okay, so thank you for the update. And my update was that MidPenn had a special meeting on Hawthorns, and I attended. Mary was there, Darcy was there, Nona Chiriello was there. So, so we had regional representation. Who else? I'm sorry.
Betsy was there.
And Betsy was there. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Pat Dunlap, the attorney.
Right. Yeah. So anyways, we had pretty good representation. The meeting was about whether they were going to start on CEQA, and basically what they were going to do CEQA on. So what they decided, and as you can imagine, this had already gone through the Natural Resources Committee, and they've been working on this a long time. And the general manager was very much, we've been working on this a long time. We need to keep moving. So that was her push. And so in the end, what they've approved is doing CEQA, but doing full CEQA on the 2 options. And so the 2 options are what they call option 9 and option 10. Option 9 uses the existing driveway that goes up to the residence and then sort of turns and cuts back to the right. And option 10 is at the corner of Alpine and Portola and then kind of goes in and turns left. And then within those options are different parking configurations. So they're looking for a 50-car parking with ADU and a hammerhead to turn around. That's one option, and that's true of both of them. And then there's another option, which is sort of, imagine, if there's 2 sets of parking, opposing each other, that they only do 1 strip. So that'd be sort of roughly 25. And then another option was sort of a truncated one where they only sort of, it's the same double width, but it's only half as wide. So those are the, I think, 6 options that they were going to consider. Our conversations are still ongoing with them, and will continue to be ongoing. I'm going to recommend, and I'm going to work on a colleague's memo, that we should create a subcommittee, probably hire an attorney to help us with the CEQA. I did have some conversations both with board members and some of their planners. I don't think they fully realize the impact. We still have grading and zoning basic authority. And somehow the planners sort of gave that light touch. I mean, a couple of the directors asked about it, and they didn't give them, in my mind, a particularly clear answer. So I think the critical thing is, and that's why I'm going to write this colleagues memo, is I think we need to go back to them and just say, look, we're trying to help you not have a train wreck. So it's better that we talk about this now than later. But, you know, at the end of the day, they are the lead agency and we are a responsible agency. Is that the correct term? And then we heard tonight that the school district might want to be involved. So I will follow up on that as well. So I don't want to get too much into policy here because this is just a report, but that's the report from that meeting. So they did approve it. But there was 2 directors that were definitely like, we sure this is going the right direction. In the end, it was unanimous, but I think they're missing some information. So this is a process that probably won't start in earnest until the summer, and it's a year-long process. So, you know, this is still, we still have plenty of opportunity to have discussion with them. And they did say that they were open to discussion. So.
I don't want to, well, let me be clear. Catherine's firm is conflicted out and the town needs legal counsel. So as part of whatever we do here, we just have to figure that out. 'Cause
Yes.
I'm completely uncomfortable going without legal counsel on that. So we'll figure that out.
And that was my proposal. The colleagues memo was to have a subcommittee, get us legal representation for CEQA, et cetera. Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, this is not just, hey, let's go chit chat. I mean, yeah, we need some legal representation. Yeah, 100%. Thank you.
So I would point out, if you're going to go talk to the school district with, Bob Bauer, he said that they hadn't been consulted.
Right.
Right. He was speaking for himself. I would point out 2 things. First of all, since Rebecca and I were elected, we had not been briefed by MidPenn. There were numerous public meetings, but because of the concurrent meeting timing, been, challenging. Obviously MidPenn's been working on this project for like 10 years. So that's an awkward one. They also, at some point, my understanding is, asked the school district to share parking, right? In the school district, my understanding, according to MidPenn, said no.
Yeah, that did come up at the meeting, and they said it as they weren't interested. But I don't know how much it was pursued, and I think we have some other options as the town to help with parking. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to have some discussion, and that really was my purpose in going to the meeting, speaking was, this is great. We love open space. Our town's founded on it, but let's talk. And they said, yeah, we're willing to talk. So I think that we were opening that dialogue up. That's really what it was about. So.
I just wanted to ask about the CEQA process. It's all about the environment, right? Whether trees are cut down or what the mitigating factors are, right? Does the town have any say? Is there an opportunity within CEQA to have the town have input?
Yeah. So. Okay, so anyway, that's all I have on that. And again, I don't want to go too far because it's just a report. It was an interesting meeting. I mean, clearly they've done lots and lots of meetings and they think that our planning staff is, turned over. And so it's been hard to communicate with us. And I appreciate those are legitimate concerns, but now we're ready to open up and have a clear dialogue. So I think we'll do that.
And, right. And they did have the POG.
Yeah.
And we have had Karen Batra, who's on this meeting right now, and Helen Quinn. And then there's someone up in Los Chencos.
Right. And Helen was there. Right. And it's David, starts with, no, anyway. Yeah. David, I know him. I met him before. He's up in Los Trancos. So, and David's, is this
Smirnoff?
Smirnoff, thank you. There you go. And David's position was, maybe we can get connection trails and this isn't, a MidPenn wide thing and we should, have all this parking. So, I mean, he's very pro 9 or 10. I mean, just that's where because he called in to basically give his opinion. So anyway, I think there's room for conversation here. I think that's the main thing I wanted to report. Okay,
I had a little report too.
oh, sorry, go ahead, please.
Anyway, so I attended the Be Sensitive, Be Brave workshop that was put on for mental health resources by the mayor group from San Carlos, South City, and Pacifica. They organized it. And it was really quite interesting. And part of it was it was for mental health for council members and school board members, really, just so you are aware of the resources and you're aware of keeping track of your own situation, as well as they went through a bunch of scenarios of how to kind of show concern for your fellow council members if you're seeing them under stress, and how to communicate that sort of thing. It's really quite helpful. And if people would like to have the slides when they send it, I'm happy to share them.
I have one more.
Okay, so yeah, I would say maybe you can give them to Darcy and then she can pass them out to us.
Cool.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, go ahead, Helen.
Just a reminder that tomorrow is Bike to Work Day. I have a CK meeting, so I can't bike to work, but tomorrow is Bike to Work Day. Because it's up in Burlingame, San Carlos. I could.
Yeah.
So bike, but also May is Bike to Wherever Day.
Nice.
The whole month of May. They just made it.
Bike to school too, right?
But bike to wherever it is. Pledge to ride a bike in May.
Good. Yeah, which I think is great because so many people are working at home. I was going to say my bike to work is like, well, let's see, I'm going to bike from upstairs to downstairs. Yeah, no. Well, except there's a lot of people who are still working from home. So I think this, wherever days, that sounds like a great idea to encourage people to get out on their bikes. So, all right. And anything else under this agenda item before I close it out? All right. Well, thank you. I would suggest we just, turn off the recording. We can sort of, whatever the table equivalent is, and wait for them to come. Oh, you're right. Absolutely. 100%. Thank you. That was my bad. Let me just do that. It's a long meeting. So, is there any public comment on agenda item number 8? So there's no one left in the schoolhouse. Anybody online have any comments on the reports? Excuse me. Okay, I see no public comments. So now I'll close this out. Thank you for reminding me. All right. So Veronica, if you can just turn off the recording, then we'll just wait until they come back and then we'll restart 7-8. Oh. Okay. All right. Great. Yeah, probably. Well, it's good. I'm ready for that. It's like, go ahead. Yeah, it's all good. So, all right. Thank you. We'll be back shortly. All right. Welcome back, everybody. So we have our little subcommittee here. They're back and they hopefully have some new language. So go ahead. What do you got for us? Oh, I see how it is. This is going to be like an eyesight test. Okay.
Totally.
For you guys too, to make sure, because I can.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
If you would like us to save this as a PDF and send it to you.
Just.
I would like that.
Can't we just read this and keep
Oh,
going?
no, you mean right now? Oh, no.
Yeah, right now. No, just keep going. Just go. Do it.
So we'll start going through the ADU ordinance. No. So with the utility connections, we added in that, also clarifying that utility connections are subject to the review and approval by the appropriate utility agency.
Okay.
That was something, we heard from you all.
Good enough
Recently.
for you? So, but before you go, so that was so good enough? Okay, great. Next.
We also added
We'll get the education one.
We also added the except for ADUs permitted pursuant to Government Code Section 66323 when a new or separate utility connection is proposed. So that should cover us with the Cal Housing Defense Fund. We did add this in just because of how we added the school fee in. We added a little clarification, and I think this was something we heard, as well as the connection fees and capacity charges. We just added these fees are assessed by the utility agency.
Yep.
Very clear, these are not our fees.
Yep, great.
And that's just to align with the wording that we used for the school fees, which include the language straight from the California Government Code. And then again, clarifying that these fees are assessed by the school district.
Awesome.
I can't see him. I can't see him at all.
I just want to make sure. Thank you.
If you have, I'm sharing my screen on the Zoom too, so if you're logged in.
I'm gonna try and log in. I'm gonna try and log in.
Your computer too.
Yeah.
I can zoom in a little bit more too if I.
Thank you. There, that's much better. Much better.
Okay, keep going.
Okay.
Wow, we're on page 4. I'm feeling great about this.
All right, so for the scenic corridor, since we can only apply it as part of the front setback, that's where I have included it. So this, the front setback is the same as the underlying district, including the required scenic corridor setbacks. And then we're still adding in the clarification about the 6. That was the existing language.
Okay.
And then for exterior lighting, we did leave kind of you need to follow those requirements, except that the primary entrance of the ADU may have 1 or 2 fixtures, which shall be limited to a total lumen count of 1,125. That's consistent with the garage. I did have one question. Do you want that extended to J80, primary entrance for J80?
No, I don't. But that's 1,000 lumens. That's a lot of lumens.
That's the
Yeah.
limit that is authorized for the 2 lights on the garage.
Right, but they're 20 feet apart. We're talking about something that's 5 feet or 6 feet apart. So could we?
So
Well-
oftentimes for the lights that are at an entrance, I think most of the time the lumens are around 400 to 500. That's kind of like the max that we ever see. That's going to be generally like an 10-cent bulb in that fixture. But there's also a whole range that it changes to high. So if we want to specify a lower number, we definitely can.
Why don't you keep going? I'll come up with something.
Well, also, does that assume that it's the downward trajectory?
Yeah, so they would still have to, so all we're doing is adding the exception instead of 1 light, you can have 2 with that maximum lumens, you still have to comply with the outdoor lighting. And if you want me to revise this to explicitly say that, I can that as well, but.
Well, isn't that what that section reference does then? Yeah, okay, then no need for more.
So that would be it for the ADU ordinance, and then I will scroll down, but I'll let Catherine discuss the application.
And what was the number you put on the lumens? That was 11?
Right now, I just matched what is for the garage, which is 1,125.
Okay, I mean, that's like 75 watt equivalent. I can probably live with that. I mean, if people are split between 2.
Okay.
I guess just for the record, I hate making this stuff up and I hate lights that are too bright in town because they only get brighter and nobody puts their shades up and all of that. So I'll bite the bullet on this one, but I really don't like winging it. If I could, I would reduce it a little bit, but
Well, to what? I mean,
like 2/3. I mean, I don't know. If you're telling me that's 75, I don't want it to be unuseful.
I think this is also one of those situations where you can review that number as part of the objective design standards. When that kind of comes through, you might want to look at lighting and change those numbers anyways. Maybe not use lumen.
So-
change that. So
If we did that later, would we have to change this?
you would update it, but you could update it. It's in the objective design standard section anyways, which you would want to update when you do objective.
Oh, it
design.
is. Okay.
It's in the same section.
All right. Got it. Thank you. Okay.
And then the other thing is, I mean, what if we made it lower? We've made 750 now. And if it wasn't enough, we upped it later. So how do people feel? Let's make I mean, I'm with Judy. I hate this sort of doing it on the fly, but we've got an option to fix this in the future, so I'm willing to move forward. So
It's your problem, Ellen, get it right.
know. I'm trying to remember what do we have? What do we have currently allowed? What lumens other than the garage, like at the front door? Does anyone know in our current code?
I would have to read it and I have it pulled up, so a moment. I don't know if they're.
Optimal outdoor lighting requires a balance of brightness and purpose, generally ranging from 12 to 1300 plus lumens. So that's a bit of a range.
Well, 12 is really low.
Oh, I know. I'm not proposing that. That's just for a point of reference since I know nothing.
And it might be in the design guidelines, so I might have to pull those up where that lumen restriction is. In the code, the only explicit lumen restriction is on the garages. So I would have to pull up the design standards to double check if there's another restriction there.
Okay, well, what do we want to move forward on? Do we just leave it garage for now?
I'd put it a little lower, but I don't feel that strongly. I mean,
900, just. Well, I'm just making it lower than 1100. Yeah.
Not, this is a substantive item, so it's not really a typo or, technical correction. Though if there's, I guess if the council direction is, if there's I don't know, if we can give clear council direction on what the intent is, perhaps we could do some research between now and then and just make
so
certain.
if I can repeat bad info from AI, key recommendations include 100 to 200 lumens for paths, 50 to 300 for landscape accents, 300 to 700 for security, and 700 to 1300 for floodlights. Take what you will.
Security lights are 3 to 7.
Yeah, 300 to 700. 50 to 300 for landscape.
Not per light, that's raging.
Okay.
What we have right now is 1100 for both.
We got the design guidelines.
Yep.
And I can read the language in there. So for a fixture type, it focuses more on where the light's going to be. If it's an overhead fixture, the maximum lumens for a single fixture is 350. And then for a low height is 225 and the stair step is 50.
Okay, how about 2 times 350, 750, 700. Great. Good. All right, thank you. Great. And again, we can if we get it wrong, we'll revisit it later.
Yep. Okay.
So, okay, thank you. So you'll make that fix.
Yep.
You want to just do that while we're watching you type and.
I'm just going to add a note for right now.
Okay.
And then I will
Fair enough. Yeah, no, I'm.
spell it out later.
Yeah, yeah.
So you guys don't have to watch me type. 'cause
Yeah.
I spell it wrong.
No, I know, me too. That's what I was thinking too. So we're on board. All right, what's next?
I think indemnification is next. Is that right, Brandon? All right. So while Brandon's scrolling down, yeah. So we struck the cost reimbursement from the title, struck the and shall reimburse the town for costs and fees associated with the town's response to PRA requests, and then scroll down a little bit more. We carved out an exception here to this section 020 indemnity required to say the applicant's duty under this section shall not apply to the extent such claims arise out of the sole negligence or willful misconduct of the town, its agents, officers, and employees.
Okay. You good with that? Yeah. Okay, great. And that's it, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so.
There
we-
was a quick clarification that we couldn't quite remember on the parking conversation. I know we said no parking.
Yep.
Did you want to say when they do provide parking, we just want to put it in the driveway? Because I know that was kind of the discussion. I don't think we had a clear.
If the applicant voluntarily provides a parking space, it must be on an existing
Driveway.
Is that any problem with our doing that?
No, I just wanted to make sure
Yeah.
I asked that question because that conversation came up.
Yeah.
The only time that's going to be an issue is the fire truck turnaround, but again, that's fire code and they still have to meet fire code. So that would not be necessarily an issue. And the state law does say they can provide it as tandem in driveway, which they're focused on like small lots. So that would literally be right outside the garage door.
Right.
I think he is just not requiring a carport. I mean, I wouldn't have a problem actually with having them park in the dirt personally, but
What if, I mean, do we need to say anything more? Just not speak to this? And, when we go to revise this and we come up with our, objective design standards, maybe we'll know more then.
So the thing about if you do put a thing in, you have to conform with whatever our ordinance is for
Got it.
parking, and that's a pretty substantial ordinance there.
Okay, got it.
So either we have to say, what I put in there was you have to provide a 10 by 20 foot space, but
Okay.
but I mean, it's up to,
All right. Well, any other opinions? Does anybody feel strongly? So Brandon, do you have a recommendation here? I think what Rebecca's saying is, should we reduce it from something that seems, substantial to just making it, if you're going to have parking, it's big enough to park a car in.
Yeah, and we can say either within an existing, on the existing driveway or in a design asphalt area or paved area.
Pre-existing.
I would be happy not to be paved. Perhaps I would love it to be permeable, but
Yeah.
So we can just say on the existing driveway. I think that would be the simplistic one.
Okay.
Is that, Sarah, I want to know what you're thinking.
Sounds like we might need a bit more thought on this, than deciding.
Yeah.
Fix now.
So maybe leave that as is and then that's probably.
Yeah.
Evaluate it.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Because again, you can, if we don't get it tight. it could
I'm
end-
with you. So Rebecca, you okay with that? Okay, great. Then let's do that. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just trying to keep everybody's requests honest. Okay. And that's it, right? Okay.
Okay.
All right. So,
Have a motion.
yeah, so please go ahead.
I move that the town council adopt ordinance number 2026-455 as amended, approving the town zoning code title 18 of the Portola Valley Municipal Code to add regulations related to accessory dwelling units, junior accessory dwelling units, indemnification of town and emergency shelters by adding chapter 1825 standards for accessory dwelling units, ADU, and JADUs, and junior, excuse me, and junior accessory dwelling unit in chapter 1882, indemnification of town. We struck out cost reimbursement, right? And by amending section 1836.040 accessory uses and determining the project is exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act.
Do I have a second?
Well, are we adopting it? Like, was that?
I want to
the
make one clarification. I know that was excellent. Yeah, but you're actually introducing it. So I would strike the word adoption and production instead.
Okay.
And we should reference the as amended by staff as presented.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes, as amended by staff.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, great. Thank you very much for your hard work. I'd like to close 7A and move on to 7B. So who's presenting for 7B? Yeah, I know, it's 11:15.
Yeah. Okay, we have already got a hand raised, so I have just 8 slides, so let me go fast and I guess I'll just go back, but Brandon, this is his last meeting with the town, so he's taken a permanent planning manager job at the City of Union City, which is a promotion, and if tonight was any evidence, you will do great things in your career. Our exceptional planner.
Thank you.
And we-
I've had an absolute pleasure for the last year and a half working with Portola Valley and contributing to the different projects we brought up. And I know you guys are in good hands here with Sarah coming on board, your new senior planner that you guys have hired. I know you guys will do great things, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
And I just want to echo that. It really has been a pleasure. And particularly given we have you here at 11:20 on your very last night doing this. So you are our hero tonight. So thank you again. We really appreciate it. Yeah, drive safe.
Good luck.
All right, Darcy.
Okay, Darcy
Item B.
Smith, Town Manager, joined by Catherine Engberg, Town Attorney, and we had a lot of help from Lauren Tarpey, an associate at Catherine's firm, and Tony, who left a long time ago. So we're here tonight with the public hearing on your town charter, but how we got here, many years of work, working on your number one priority, which is financial building and long-term viability. A lot of work has been done, will continue to be done. One highlight is that our user fee study is coming to the next meeting. So again, we work on this stuff every day, and we live and breathe it. So the black line, I like to show it just every meeting. So it's the black line of doom. Nothing's changed over the last 3 weeks. We have been trying to address the structural deficit, but it's looming. And we've been continuing our community conversation. So I think we sent out the Portola Valley Post. We're running the survey, which will go through June. One thing I wanted to mention around community feedback is that the town staff, me and Tony, met with all the committee chairs that chose to join us. We got a pretty good turnout. I think about 13 of them came, and we had great conversations with them. And we've heard from the community about their 3 priorities. I think you know them. I mean, in addition to fiscal stability, which is number 1, but there's a huge interest in disaster preparedness, ensuring we're protecting our town autonomy for the conversations you just had tonight, right, around zoning and land use decisions. When we have that ability to make local decisions, we want to preserve it. And our analysis last year, our community survey showed that 60% are highly interested in this charter approach. So, yeah, and supportive of a taxation measure. So, and the difference between a general town and charter town, but why we are here, why we're doing this is local control over what the state has defined of municipal affairs. But as you know, number 1 is the ability to adopt taxes that are otherwise not allowed for not a charter, and specifically the real property transfer tax. And that's important. All that revenue would go entirely to. So 26% of California cities have charters, so we're not unique. And we have many neighbors in the Bay Area that have charters. And I've been out talking to my peers, and many are working on this right now. So at the last meeting, you directed the preparation of what we would describe as a brief 2 pages, very proud of that, narrowly focused charter modeled after the St. Helena model that would authorize the transfer tax, but otherwise keep the town subject to the general state laws that exist. This will keep the process simple and streamlined and on schedule. And there's a lot that the charter will not touch and will not do. And I just want to make sure we're clear about that. It won't change the town's form of government, the council mayor and their terms, won't alter the municipal code or existing law, will not affect any public contracting or prevailing wage rules. That's important. Will not change any local election procedures, and will not limit any changes to this in the future through council or voter options. So here's our path to the November 3rd, 2026 ballot. So we are embarking on a series of public hearings and more meetings. This is number 1 today, and we do have a pretty big gap because there has to be at least 30 days between this public hearing and the next one. So if this proceeds tonight, we would move to the next meeting on June 24th. And then both meetings in July will be occupied with the ballot measure work to meet the filing deadline of August 7th. And then if the voters vote with a 50% plus 1 majority vote, it would go into effect January 1st. And that's actually all. Hold on. Hold on. We have the public hearing. And again, we have the St. Helena model. We have omitted what was questioned last time by the council about a specific form of government, Article 4. We didn't include that. We just determined that we don't need to specify the form of government in the charter since you're not changing it. So again, the town charter's attached with 2 pages. We will accept any comments. This is not like the introduction and second reading. So you're free to make comments and changes tonight. You're free to make comments and changes at the next meeting in June. And then with that, all you need to do is hold the public hearing, close the public hearing, and that is all. Tonight, yes, tonight, sorry, tonight. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. And I wanted to make the point that, I mean, this is St. Helena's charter that we're modeling, not their real estate transfer tax.
Correct.
And that's one thing that I'm concerned is I think people conflate those. And they had I believe an overly complicated real estate transfer tax that we are not adopting. So this is just their charter. So with that, is there any questions for staff? Judith?
Yeah, this is nice and simple, but I need a little explanation on the paragraph 100. And in particular, because we were trying to aim for plain vanilla, there is a sentence that starts in particular. And, you know, we're making it specific for a transfer tax. So I have that. The first question is that needed? What's the benefit of it?
I would want to go back and think about that. And the goal was certainly to make it as absolutely simple as possible. I thought that there was some clarity in actually stating the purpose of this charter. So there wasn't some confusion around, the town actually wants to collect some other type of tax. And I believe this language actually was also in both El Cerrito's and St. Helena's charter language. But I think that's a good question. And I mean, since we're going to have another public hearing, I guess I'd like the opportunity to just think about that a little bit more.
Yeah, because some public comment was assuming that was already rolling along, and this was, to your point, Craig, like that's where we're all headed, and this is it, and this is step 1, and we still have to have more discussion of step 2.
Correct.
So tying it to this one approach seems premature, but if there's a benefit, I'm more than happy to hear about it in the future. 100. And then the second question is the second question is the last sentence here. In the event of a conflict between the charter and the general law, is it understood what the general law is, and is it absolutely clear that we can completely supersede it? It's just good housekeeping to make sure. I like the principle. I just want to make sure it's enforceable. So I'll leave that with you to think through, and I have no other questions.
Great, thank you.
Any other
Sort of
questions for Becca?
along, oh, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
Along the same lines that Judith was asking about, does this constrain us from in the future having a different type of tax, considering a different tax? Like I don't know, second home tax or something like that, because we've kind of put this into our charter for a real estate property tax? Does it constrain us in any way? I mean, the sentence before says that we have the right to imposition, levy, and collection of such taxes, but does by putting only the real estate property tax in there, does that constrain us from considering other taxes?
So all other taxes can be, that I think the town might consider, could be passed whether you're a charter city or a general law charter town or a general law town. So this would not constrain that ability. But I think it also is related to Judith's question about whether we really need it, because it could sound constraining. So I will give that some thought, and when they come back for a second public hearing, have a recommendation about whether we need the example of the real property transfer tax to avoid confusion that somehow that's limiting.
Can you clarify your statement of being able to assess a tax as a general law city? I thought the whole point is that we can't.
We can't assess the real property transfer tax.
But what about a second home tax? Is that something we need to be a charter town for? Even
No, no.
it's allowed under general law?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Same with sales tax or the parcel tax option. Those could all be, if passed by the voters, could be assessed by a general law town.
And if I just follow on, is the reason the real estate transfer tax special is it's already in general law, but it's a lower number? Because we already have a real estate transfer tax. It's
Correct.
just a lower number.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So Mary, did you have any questions for staff? Okay. Helen?
Can I, obviously, like, as we're dealing with MidPen and they've had all of these public meetings, I am concerned, it's 11:30 at night. We've got 5 people online or whatever, right? That the town is not fully aware of what's going on. So I'd very much like clarity on what the council, what we can I know we're not supposed to advocate, right, legally. But could the town do like a pop-up at Roberts kind of thing during the week or something to help do outreach, like to help let people know what's going on kind of thing?
So,
And can I add to that? I mean, are we restricted from advocating? I know once it's on the ballot, we are. So after August 7th, we are, but between now and then, are we?
So it's a little fuzzy, but there's never any prohibition regarding providing information. And I think the example provided here, a pop-up, would be informational. The FBC, which enforces these rules about no campaigning with use of public funds, does not always draw a super bright line at the point of placement on the ballot. So I recommend being cautious and mindful that to avoid use of public funds for advocating. Now, if you want to on your free time do some advocating, that's fine.
Perfect.
And so, for instance, like at farmer's market or something, if we were to set up and say like information, this is what's going on, that's okay to do.
yeah, and I would encourage you to use the Portola Valley Post as a good source of information. The front has information about our priorities, which this is focused on as well. And then the back has the information, and the back has the date of this meeting. And again, it went out to every house in Portola Valley. Yeah. So.
Okay. Just, I want to make sure, trying to get clarity of what we could do or not do.
And send those questions to us offline. But yeah, this would be a good place to start. And we have some extras if you want to hand some out. And we can also do the table at the farmer's market or at Roberts. That's a good idea.
Thank you.
Can I ask another kind of question? Can we, if someone has a pro or con to it, is it part of information to provide the other side of it, or is that starting to get into advocacy?
I guess I might want a little bit more examples of the pro and the con. We certainly can inform people that we have the public hearing process and please come. We welcome all views. I don't think we're going to be putting out pros and cons with use of public resource, even if it's balanced. I don't think we're going to do that. But if you have any other examples, I'm happy to.
No, I'm just thinking in terms of if we were to set up outside here at the farmer's market to provide information and someone said, I hate taxes, what would we be allowed to say in terms of why this is needed or whatever?
The black line.
Well, the black line and what the finance committee has gone through, I think we can speak to all that. That's all in the public record. So. Yeah. Ellen, anything else? Okay. So then the only question I have, so the Jarvis initiative, which is trying to limit this, if that were to pass, then our issues, as I understand it, is if ours is certified first, then we have some short period.
2 years.
2 years. And if we're certified after, then it's null and void at the get-go, or do we still have 2 years?
It would be null and void at the get-go.
Oh,
And I will say, I am doing some research with staff on the specific dates that we can expect certification of our results. I mean, I think normally we wait and have a regular council meeting to certify those results, but we might actually schedule a special meeting the next day. So we'll, at the next opportunity, we'll have some more information about the specific timing of election results.
Okay.
And just so that you probably know, the Howard Jarvis ballot measure has qualified, is my
But no,
understanding.
it's qualified.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's still a question of whether it'll get pulled and whether to negotiate and a bunch of other stuff, but at the moment it's qualified, is my understanding as
And,
well.
and the negotiations are not going well.
And do they have to have 50% plus one or 2/3?
Well, for us to
No,
pass?
theirs, Jarvis.
I think it's 50%. Good question.
They would say it's 50% plus one, but my understanding is there's some effort in the legislature to force a 2/3 on theirs.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Any other questions? We're not into discussion yet. All right. So it's now time to open the public hearing. So I will open the public hearing. There's nobody in the schoolhouse. We have 5 people online. Does anybody have comments? I'll give people a moment to raise their hands. All right, seeing no hands, I'm going to close public comment. So what else do we need to do tonight in terms of this item?
I think I have sufficient direction in terms of the questions regarding the charter language itself.
Okay.
And I think we have some direction in terms of providing information to the community
Okay.
about the public hearing process and the charter.
Great. And it's my hope, back to this sort of question of how we're going to get information out to the public. I'm already starting to work on sort of a PowerPoint that I'd like to take out to the community, which just shows the stuff that we've talked about at the finance committee. It just, it shows our expenses and our revenues, but it also talks about why we're a town and talks about the general plan. And I'm going to be willing to talk to anybody, any 10 people who want to invite me. I will go.
So I don't know if you'd be willing to share your slide deck, but
Yeah, I mean, I'm not done with it yet, but yes, when I have a finished deck, I think I can do that. I probably have to do it in a public meeting or something, but I'm happy to share it.
You can provide a one directional email.
Oh, there you go. Fine. One directional email. I'll give it to Darcy and she can pass that. So
There is a process point here though, because it is in all of the council members' interest to provide the information when the opportunity arises, and keeping it as consistent as, reasonably possible makes sense. So, I mean, if I come up with a different set of talking points, if I hear people asking questions in a certain way, I'm not sure how to handle that. Like, do I put it for reaction to Darcy and Catherine and just for their information, and they can give input on whether it's accurate? Like, I'm not quite sure how to do this, and I want to be very deliberate about not emphasizing things in inappropriate ways. So what is, maybe you can get back to us on if we've got, like, maybe Craig's talking to broader points, and I know the audience I want to give an update to has, a different angle. I'm just going to want to be consistent if I can be, and let me know how that might be achieved.
great. Thank you.
Will there be a Q&A? Are we going to have a section on the website, or what's the
I think we
plan?
already have a Q&A on the website, but it should be off that community engagement page, but we're continuing to build it all the time. And I would say if you get questions, send them to me one way, only to me, and then I can add them to we're sending out another postcard and then the next quarterly newsletter. So it would be helpful for me to know what kind of questions we're getting so we can ensure we get the information out.
Yeah, no, that seems great. I'd say, yeah, if we get questions, let's send them to Darcy, because getting an FAQ up so that they're all there, and then we can all refer to it as well, so that when we go out to talk to people, we're all, given the same answers. So, okay, great. So we've closed public hearing. We've dealt with this item. I think there's nothing else to do. Am I missing anything? All right. So I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye. All right. Good night. Thank you, everyone. I know it's been a long night. Excellent work.